And for those online who are waiting to contribute to the public forum, we like to let you know at the beginning of the meeting that these proceedings are broadcast live on YouTube and then recorded there for posterity for our millions of fans. And the reason that we let you know that is that the comments that you make in the public meeting do have legal ramifications, and so we ask you to be cognisant of that. Councillors, disclosures of interest. Councillor Lockie.
Thank you. Disclosure on item 24, non-significant, non-pecuniary. My employer, the City of Sydney, has been heavily involved in the Tech Central Alliance that is discussed in the motion, but it won't affect my ability to vote impartially on the matter, so I'll remain in the council chamber for the debate and vote.
Thanks for that. Councillor Howard.
Thank you. I have declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary conflict of interest in item 12, Local Traffic Committee, because I work in the office of the State Member for Summerhill, who has a representative from the Local Traffic Committee. I will remain and participate in the meeting for discussion and voting, as the vote of the State Member is exercised through a representative.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor De Cruz.
Thank you for reminding me. Declaring a significant non-pecuniary interest in item 12, the Traffic Committee meeting, item 4. So I live quite close to that property and I've been consulted on it, and I don't think I should vote on it. Thank you.
Okay. Now, can I just ask you to provide all of those councillors who have made disclosures to confirm with the minute takers that they've captured those disclosures accurately? And in doing so, I'll just note that we have 3 officers here tonight who have not previously had the enjoyment of recording the minutes at our meetings. They're all very good people. I won't introduce you personally right now, but I am going to ask that we are particularly respectful and patient in making sure that we're fulfilling our obligations to provide correct wording to the minute takers rather than asking them to guess. Councillor Shetty.
Thanks, sorry, I was a bit slow off the mark. I have a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in item number 13, which is the Leichhardt Park Aquatic Centre Master Plan. My children attend swimming lessons there, but I will be remaining for the debate and vote, as I don't believe it will impact my decision.
No, that's the definition of not significant, I think. Okay, so we've got 4 declarations there. Are there any any further declarations? If not, Councillor Scott will move the acceptance of those disclosures, seconded by Councillor Howard. All those in favour, against, declare that carried unanimously. I'll ask everyone to please join me in a moment of quiet contemplation. Thank you all. That'll bring us to item 6 on the agenda, confirmation of minutes. We have the minutes of the meeting of the 10th of May, the ordinary council meeting, and also the minutes of the extraordinary council meeting held at the same date. Are there any clarifications or corrections to those minutes? If not, will someone move their adoption? Moved by Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Stevens. All those in favour, against, declare that carried unanimously as well. Item 7 is the public forum. We have a number of speakers registered tonight. In a moment, I'm going to go through the list of items for which there are registered speakers. There's a mix of people who are in person and who are online. If you're in attendance tonight and I don't list your item that you've come to speak to in just a moment, please let me know, because that means that it hasn't been brought forward and you haven't been registered as a speaker, and we'll need to fix that before you'll be able to speak. The first item for which there are registered speakers is item 3, endorsement of Ashfield Park Plan of Management. Then item 5, endorsement King George Park Plan of Management. Item 6, Lewis Herman Reserve. Item 8, de-amalgamation business case for Inner West Council. Item 10, options on accessibility improvement for small business. Item 14, Bays West. Item 15, Community Strategic Plan, Delivery Program and Budget. Item 18, King George Park. Item 19, Notice of Motion 40 kilometre speed limits. Item 25, notice of motion, beautification of Railway Parade Annandale. Item 26, audit of council venues. And item 27, artist wage. Is there anyone in attendance tonight who's here to speak in the public forum to an item that hasn't been read out? No? Very good. We'll go then to the first item, item 3. Before I call that speaker, just to let you all know, under the Code of Meeting Practice, you're entitled to 3 minutes. We'll ask you to keep to time. After do we have the bell? Nice. After 2.5 minutes, you'll hear the following sound. And that's an indication that no matter how good and passionate your address is, you need to move to your crescendo and finish within the next 30 seconds. And then you'll hear another bell, and then I'll ask you to conclude your remarks. We're not in the practice of extending time for everybody. And the reason for that is if you're the last person to leave here tonight, you wish that everybody had stuck to time. We'll be here till after midnight if everybody goes over time. So with that, I'll go to our first speaker, and that is Joe Alley of Ashfield. Joe, are you here? Thank you.
Hi everybody. I'd like to start by acknowledging the Gadigal and Wangal people of the Eora Nation. I am a resident in Ormond Street in Ashfield, opposite Ashfield Park, and I want to talk about the draft Ashfield Park Plan of Management. I'm generally supportive of the plan, but I have two major concerns. One relates to the proposed off-leash dog area, and the other relates to the artificial turf in the bowling club. In relation to the off-leash dog area, I don't believe there's a good location for such an area in the park that takes into account the safety of dogs and people, the wildlife impact, that doesn't destroy the turf, allows for shared use and preserves visual amenity. The master plan proposes an unfenced, untimed off-leashed area in an adjacent segment near the barbecue area, closer to Parramatta Road. It also proposes a low fence along Parramatta Road between the Ashfield Park topiary, which is the lettering, and the trees. The proposed location isn't ideal. There's a protective tree canopy there for an array of wildlife, including possums and bird life and little bat-type creatures. And it's a popular picnic area for older people, families with young children, and it is very popular. The proposal is for an untimed off-leash area. A timed off-leash area would reduce the impact, but it's still not ideal. The other community discussions have been around a fenced area in a low-use segment on the Parramatta Road, Ormond Street corner, which is a really flat, expansive area that doesn't get used very much. The problem with fenced dog exercise areas is that they really destroy the turf. And there's an example of that over at 5 Dock Park. It's just a dust bowl. And the high fences preclude multiple use and impact on visual amenity. A question about whether council has systematically scoped alternatives. There are 25 off-leash areas currently less than 5 k's from Ashfield Park, 4 possible alternatives in Ashfield and Summer Hill. The most suitable is the Thomas Street Reserve, which is a fenced-off DMR land. I don't support off-leash dog area. Artificial turf should be excluded from the draft plan of management. There was overwhelming opposition, so the question is, why is it still in the plan? So
I'll ask you to conclude your remarks.
Yes, I will ask councillors not to endorse the draft actual plan of management at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Joe. The next item for which we have registered speakers is item 5, endorsement of King George Park Plan of Management. The first speaker is Trent Miller.
Good evening, Council. First of all, I'd just like to recognise the Gadigal and Wangal people, the Eora Nation, the true owners of the land in which we meet tonight, and also thank their elders past, present and emerging. Yes, I'm Trent Miller. I'm born and bred in the Inner West, and I'm also the Balmain District Junior Rugby League Chairman. I'm here to speak against the draft plan at King George Oval tonight on the basis of Zone 1, Number 7, the facilities, purely based around the dressing sheds and not having dressing sheds or showers for the participants. The growth in the Balmain District has been upwards of 2,000 participants over the last 2 years, which is numbers that we haven't seen in many years in our area. And the Balmain District alone has rode off the coattails of the club of Leichhardt Juniors Rugby League Football Club in terms of entry-level participation. From 2019 to 2021, we've seen growth of 108% for male participants and 58.33% for females. Especially the female game is about to boom within the next 3 to 5 years, as we can see how the game is promoted, the NRLW level, and what all the pathways created for young women in the sport. Not only young women, but the game of rugby league is about to enter a new atmosphere in New South Wales. As we see for the first time ever, the game is non-contact for the ages of 6 and 7, which is really going to attract new people to our sport. And the growth is going to be astronomical. Based on South Queensland numbers, 21% rise in participation from 2019 to 2020. And once we get to promote this part of our game and really roll it out, we will see this change in 2023. The importance when we talk about entry-level participants, we're not talking about dressing rooms for 6-year-olds or 7-year-olds or 8-year-olds. But once they get a grasp of a game and they develop friendships and their parents develop friendships, that's when they stay in the game and they want to be a part of the game. And that's when dressing sheds really become important when they hit those teenage to adolescent years, especially for the females that are coming into the sport. So every ground, being the chairman of the district of Balmain Rugby League, all the other grounds in our district have the ability to have dressing sheds and the ability for all their participants to get changed, get strapped, and any other requirements they need for the game before or after. Not only male or female, but gender-neutral competitors in contact sports during winter will need to have showers after the games, get cleaned, and potentially could make their way home on public transport at the ages of 13, 14, 15, 16, not being able to drive. Now, as being a winter sport covered in mud and dirt, this could, be a disaster. And lastly, but not leastly, I mean, I've never served for my country or been in a military, but the closest thing to that for a civilian is being in combat on a football field, knowing that someone's got your back and you've got theirs, and all that starts in the dressing sheds. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much, Trent. Trent is the example for all of us, including the politicians tonight, of someone who finished precisely on time. Very good. You should run for council, Trent. Our next speaker is Shane Harrison.
Good evening, councillors. I'd also like to acknowledge the Gadigal and the Wangal people of the Eora Nation, the owners of the land we're meeting on today. Growing up, I was very lucky to play footy at juniors. We won comps, lost comps, and made friends for life. I remember the old school sheds and showers. They weren't the greatest, but they did the job. The build-up to any game starts in the sheds. It's one of the first opportunities as a young person where you were amongst your peers, away from your parents, and just itching to get out there with your mates. To any player involved in rugby league, you know this place is special. Your coach is delivering all the pre-game pump-up, and you're in that room. It means that you have been training hard, preparing for battle. Within the sheds, there's no parent to show you or do it for you. It's up to you as an individual to grow as a person, listen to your coach and your teammates. This is where the closest bonds are built. Anyone struggling with injuries are treated, strapped, rubbed down by club trainers and physios. The smell of deep heat almost clearing the nasal passage. Often, a sensitive issue with the players is stripping down almost nothing so the doc can manipulate all the little niggles to get you right to play. Following the end of the match, we will head back to the shed so coach can give us the better luck next week talk, or otherwise we are singing like an out of sync, out of tune choir, the club song after a great victory at King George. After home games, we head up to the Gary Open to support our very generous sponsor after a hot shower to make us feel human again. The team and our loyal supporters will make a convoy up the road so we can relive the good, the bad moments of the day, the truth never getting in the way of a good story. All of what I've just said is currently not possible at King George. Juniors are the longest serving hire of the ground, and up until 2015, all of the above was happening. The most common rebuttal I've received is the committee before me did not clarify their need of the showers and change rooms. Unfortunately, they were still looking for the next group of volunteers to take the reins and could not see the future. The future of rugby league is with women's and girls footy. Every year, this is the highest growth area, and juniors have identified this, the wants and the needs of our girls, so we can provide the necessary requirements. Girls need privacy when they're being treated by our club physio, especially young adolescents who are going through huge personal changes. We want to support them. Our A-graders have wives, girlfriends, husbands, boyfriends, who they need to consider when they receive their treatment, or even just getting changed. When in public view, it is almost impossible to have the private bond building environment community rugby league needs to be successful. Our club's challenge has always been to field teams in teenage years. With neighbouring clubs having the better facilities, we've been the breeding ground for them to feed off. As we cannot provide the same game day experience, parents have been left with little option but to change clubs. However, the future is looking bright at juniors, but the current plan does not include reconfigured change rooms and showers. What we're asking is to change the current format by having 5 unisex toilets facing the park and an accessible toilet. By having change room showers for the next generation of community athletes, we'll be in an even stronger position to grow like rugby league. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shane. And our last speaker on this item is Bronson Harrison. Just ask you to consider this. Would you make a comeback now? I see Leilua's going to the Cowboys.
Well, I've been playing currently, and it's been hard just to run around. So I think they've got some younger kids coming through that'll do a good job.
Okay, we'll put forward the General Manager, Peter Gainsford, instead.
Please do. First of all, I'd like to thank you for hearing our say on hopefully extending and having some change sheds for our club. My background is I've played professionally for the Tigers, the Raiders and the Dragons for about 11 years. So I grew up in 5 Dock, Drummoyne, and played at 5 Dock and then moved on to Leichhardt Wanderers. My brother's club is Leichhardt Juniors and has now become mine. The reason I've decided to come back and step onto the field again and play rugby league is purely to give back to the community and to the sport, which gave me so much. I wasn't expecting to come along and play so early. I'd like to do a normal pre-season and get my body ready, but I could see that the club needed it. So while the club needed many different things, I thought that what I could bring to the club could help it tremendously. I could see the club being such a growth. We've had lots of growth in our club, and we've attracted lots of young kids and aspiring athletes, and I thought that we could help grow that along the way. My experience now as an A-grade player has been, it's been terrific to be back and amongst the community. That has also given me so much. But it's noticeable when we play against other teams that you don't have the privacy to be able to get changed. It's a simple one. We sacrifice ours, and we step up the back, and we give the away team the room. For us, while we brush it off, because we'll do whatever it takes to get our game going. That's the best. But I know for wives, for kids, and that I think they prefer not to see some of the bodies, and also I think during this time there's a lot of body conscious people. I'm not as fit as what I used to be. I'd rather keep a shirt on now. But just simple things like access to medical staff to be able to treat, to be able to rub down, to be able to do things like you're going to have your clothes off, to be able to do these things. So simple access to some privacy is something that we would be grateful for. And that's as males, I'm sure it'd be a whole lot more intimidating for aspiring young women. to be put into that same position. I actually don't think that we will put them in that position. So I do believe that it actually stunts the growth of our club, not being able to have access to simple facilities like change rooms. I've spoken to and I've worked with many different clubs. In our local district, I think we'd be the only team that doesn't have any sort of change rooms. So in closing, I know that we've touched on lots of things like the ability to be able to have simple hygiene and shower and go to the game. I think a change room is a place that you can spiritually build, and you can build your club culture and things off the back of these things. It's a missing link for us in our club. I believe that having this would make it advantageous for a club and a sport that is growing. Thank you for your time, everybody.
Thank you very much. Okay, that brings us to item 6, Lewis Herman Reserve. Alice Lythall. Alice, are you there?
Yes, good evening. I'd also like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the country that I'm on, some of our people, and show my respect to elders past, present and emerging. I have lived in Park Avenue for 9 years, which is pretty much the end of where Lewis Herman Reserve is. And I just wanted to show my support for the proposed plan of management for the reserve. It's been wasted space for way too long, and it's really pleasing to see that there's a plan for it moving forward. I'm a parent of a young toddler, so the more parks, the better. But we also regularly attend swimming lessons up at the Ashfield Baptist homes, which are adjacent, and there's always a lot of kids around. It's a great spot to have that kind of passive play space, and we also see a lot of our community who are out walking, who live in the aged care home, and I think having a really gentle space for them is a really good idea. And I think that the plan looks really good at just getting it turned into a park with minimal effort. I have one concern, and that is around maintaining the continuity of habitat for a really large flock of pink galahs that frequent that park really frequently. It's one of the few spaces where we see them flocking. And that's just ensuring the established trees remain and that the grass that they feed on, which the plan looks like it does. I am also a dog owner, multiple dog owner, and I don't believe that this is the right place for an off-leash dog park, given the close proximity to the Peace Park dog park, which is just the next street over. Also considering the neighbourhood, the neighbours, I think of a quiet passive space is much more suitable. I would like to see the grounds around Pratton Park Oval instead be changed to a timed off-leash dog park area, because it's worth acknowledged that that is where you take your dog. Anyway, it doesn't need to be here in the Lewis Herman Reserve. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Alice. That brings us to item 8, de-amalgamation business case. The first speaker is Pip Hinman of Newtown. Pip, are you there?
Yes, I am. Hi.
Can hear you.
Thanks. I just want to acknowledge we're meeting on the land of the Gadigal Wangal people of the Eora Nation. Pay respects to elders past and present. I just want to address this draft Morrison Lowe de-amalgamation business case because I believe that it's insufficient in its current form for putting on public exhibition. It itself states in its executive summary that it hasn't even investigated the option of sharing services across the 3 former local government areas. And given that this is supposed to be the case to convince the pro-amalgamation New South Wales government, the fact that this draft report says it will only investigate the most viable option to demerge with some shared services if the demerger is given the go-ahead, I think is entirely inadequate. Given the December poll result, Council has a responsibility to present a cogent and persuasive business case for demerger. The terms of reference for this report, which I note haven't been disclosed, suggest that Morrison Lowe has not been asked to prepare such a case. And I don't think this approach is going to win over a New South Wales Liberal government. The process of allowing the community to even have a say 6 years down the track was very fraught. Labor councillors opposed the move every step of the way. One even said at the time that guided democracy was sometimes necessary. Well, residents voted overwhelmingly to demerge, despite the rate hike scare campaign, the overriding message of last year's Morrison Road report. Residents do want better services. They want better representation, and importantly, they want council to stand up to the New South Wales government's assault on community interests. Next year is election year. I hope New South Wales boots out this privatising anti-worker government. The New South Wales Labor Party has told residents campaigning to demerge across the state that it will honour its commitment to merger plebiscites, and it will work with communities who want to demerge. Inner West Labor councillors need to be aware that by refusing to engage with residents and local government experts on the best case business case, they are crossing the line on their own policy. If Labor councillors insist on putting this deeply flawed business case on public exhibition now, how can you say you are respecting the will of Inner West residents? Thanks for listening.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor. I was just wondering if we could put the Zoom onto the screen so the gallery can see who's speaking, if that's possible.
We'll see whether that's possible. No worries. No worries. Thank you. In the meantime, the next speaker, Michelle Hacking. Are you available?
Good evening and thank you. I acknowledge and pay my respects to the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation and to their elders past, present and emerging. These recommendations in item 8 should not be supported. The Morrison-Lowe government is not ready yet for public exhibition. There are assumptions and conclusions that just don't align with the community's will. There's a narrow focus and a lack of community input into the document as it stands. This report acknowledges the 62.5% vote in favour of demerging, but then dismisses key components and elements that have been raised against the amalgamation. It focuses on costs and problems associated with demerging. That isn't what the community asked for. The community said we need evidence to put to the government for a de-amalgamation. For instance, there's a statement that areas outside the projected financial analysis can't be quantified. Well, that statement is also quite easily aligned with the arguments that have also been used in this report. They're based on uncertainties that need to be examined before exhibition is undertaken. The perceived ongoing costs of de-amalgamation listed for the 3 previous council entities need to be examined by local government experts. On page 35, the assumption is that options A and B are projected to make deficits that reduce over 10 years, but there's no information on how that figure was determined or a comparison with the current amalgamated council, which is facing ongoing deficits. Estimates for option B are not given, but included in the rates table from my investigations. The community was told prior to amalgamation that our areas would enjoy cost savings and profits due to being amalgamated. That has not occurred. That was a false assumption, and we're working on false assumptions again now. Morrison-Lowe was wrong in the assumptions that they made, as was the government, which has now backed away from this policy. Scale and capacity do not determine the required outcomes for a happy community working with their council. Therefore, confidence in some of these dubious points has to be limited. Based on previous experience, assumptions are questionable. Revision of the document should be undertaken with genuine community input and local government experts should be involved. There are models available for successful de-amalgamations in Queensland, for instance.
Thank you. I'll
That's
just
a
ask you
source
to
of
conclude your
information
remarks, please.
that needs to be explored. The timeline is wrong. We really need to get on to getting community input into this document. It isn't ready for exhibition.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could please invite the next speaker, Louise Steer.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, councillors, and thank you, Mayor. I have 3 points I would like to raise today, and these are, first of all, that the manager has majority support of residents. Second, that the business case is flawed. And third, that democracy is important for a body politic to take into account. And I'll address each of these in turn. I would like to thank the 2 previous speakers who have said very eloquently a number of things about both democracy and about the business case itself. I would like to remind people that the council was demerged forcibly in 2016, and the poll which resulted in a majority of residents, 62.5%, supporting demerger, was not taken until the last election in December 2021. That is more than 5 years. It's about 5.5 years after demerger, and people have had plenty of time to see how amalgamation was working, and a majority still form the view that it was not working for them. And why wasn't it working for them? Well, you only have to go on social media to find that out. The answer is people feel that they are not being heard, that they are not being able to contact their council in the way that they're used to contacting it, and they're not having their needs met, such as waste collection in a timely manner. And of course, rates have also increased as a result of the amalgamation. There have also been reports of inflexible decision making, and this is a result of a one-size-fits-all solution. One size doesn't fit all in the inner west. We have now a population of about 200,000, which has grown enormously in the last 5 years since demerger. We have, it's grown by 7%, which is more than any other, way more than any of the other surrounding councillors. We now are the 14th largest council. We have a huge rental population of 43.6% of residents are renting. Their needs are not being met. And we have the highest number of boarding houses in Australia, and and their services are not being met. At the current rate of inspection of boarding houses, for example, it is not possible to inspect them, to inspect everyone once a year, and that is inadequate. As we've seen, that failure to inspect can result in tragedy.
Thank you. I'll just ask you to conclude your remarks, please.
Yes, thank you. Now, in addition, the Morrison Lowe report.
Concluding remarks. If you can just finish your sentence, please.
These are my concluding remarks. The Morrison Lowe report does not concentrate on the benefits to people of demerger. It does not, and that has already been explained. It only concentrates on the finances, which are not, which have not been particularly dealt with adequately, and it does not address the issue of democracy, that people want to have a say in council, and people want to have a voice in their council, and at the present they do not do so.
Thank you very much. We're moving on to item 10, options on accessibility improvement for small business, and I'd like to invite the first speaker, Rochelle Porteous.
Thank you. I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land, the Gadigal and Wangal people of the Eora Nation. This land is, was and always will be Aboriginal land. Look, I was disappointed to read this report. instead of saying how we can do it. Council really is the line in the sand in terms of disability access in the community. And I think they have an incredibly important role in enabling local businesses to become accessible to the whole of the community. And the way this report was written was very much about why it's okay not to, not how we can make it okay that you can do it. It is doable and it's very feasible, and I think council should be doing a lot more to improve the access because essentially, as now a disabled person myself, but having worked in the disabled space for quite a number of years, a lot of our community is being locked out from shops, from restaurants, from cafes, from actually communicating and being part of the community. The council can address this by enabling better access both into a lot of premises and within the premises. The argument has been made in this report that it is not council's role to financially support compliance by business. Well, I would argue that's not the case, and that's not been the case in the past. I know, for example, when I was on council, we had the 2019 live music grants for venue capacity building, which were passed in June 2019. And some of those grants included to the Camelot Lounge in Marrickville, a stage upgrade, lighting upgrade, acoustic upgrade, $20,000, to Lazy Bones Lounge, Restaurant and Bar in Marrickville. We gave $20,000 for essential fire compliance, to the old 505 Theatre in Newtown refurbishment in order to increase the venue capacity. To the Newsagent Music venue, we installed a new PA system, $10,000. There was $150,000 that was allocated to music venues in June 2019, and there have been ongoing allocations of funds to music and entertainment venues since then. These are private venues. If we can do it to enable and improve and help certain sectors of our economy, we can do it to enable people with disability to get access to the whole of their community. I think the same kind of level of grants should be activated and activated quickly. This is something that is actually quite urgent, and council has largely been missing in action on this issue. Put some grants into place and make it happen so that we can see some real improvements. The businesses will do this if they've got a small financial incentive to do it. And we also have the resources.
Thank you for that. I'll take that as your concluding remark. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, within the council to be able to make this happen. So I would encourage councillors to revisit this and to make a better proposal moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could please invite the next speaker, Jane Scott.
Yeah, thank you. So I would like to acknowledge the Gadigal people on whose land I speak and pay respects to their elders and recognise that their sovereignty was never ceded. I'm a power wheelchair user and I'm speaking against the motion because, like Rochelle, I believe that council can do better. This motion calls for nothing more than conversation with business owners, and yet every day lack of access leaves disabled people excluded. Just the other night, my friend stepped easily over an entry step that prevented me from entering a pub and didn't even see it until I pointed it out to them. Disabled people in the inner west need concrete action, not just conversation. And it's because this council wants to create a strong, inclusive and diverse community where everyone has a good life, not just because there's a risk to business if they don't get it right. Council needs to work with businesses to audit their current access and to identify improvements that can be made, starting with what can be done tomorrow, through to actions that require more significant resources. These need to be planned for with concrete commitments for actions such as timelines and budgets that would be necessary. If you don't plan for changes like that, they will not happen. We also need to promote disability access and create positive social pressure for it. I am tired of having to ring venues one by one for access information or if I find it, finding it as question 30 on the frequently asked questions part of their website. It's so often buried or just non-existent. Council could be working with business to develop strategies to actively welcome disabled people and promote the Inner West as a place where disabled people are actively welcomed. Council has the opportunity to build a really positive reputation in this space rather than doing the minimum, which is so often the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Moving on to item 14, Bays West Stage 1, White Bay Powder Station and Robert Street Sub-Precincts Draft Master Plan Inner West Council submission. I'd like to invite Rochelle Porteous.
Thank you. Yes, look, I've read the submission of the Inner West Council. I am concerned about some elements of it. While there are elements of the submission which are good, I'm concerned that it doesn't say very clearly that the council does not support the planning proposal in its current form. I think it should be saying that. I was particularly concerned about the very poor consultation that happened for this proposal. This is a huge, huge proposal being basically on White Bay Power Station and Robert Street, one of a number of precincts which are identified as Bay West, and it needs to be, the consultation needs to be done in a way which is accessible to the whole of the community. It's basically almost entirely done digitally. If you're not digitally literate, and if you're not privileged enough to have the kind of equipment that you need in order to be able to fully engage with a digital engagement, you're basically locked out from the communications and the engagement on this. And I think that's a major failing. In terms of the actual, so I think that needs to be raised as part of the submission. But other issues that I'm particularly concerned about is the affordable housing. The statement's made the type of housing is not included at this stage, but can include affordable housing. Look, that's just not good enough. This is public land. Public land should have a minimum allocation of 30% affordable housing, and that affordable housing should be also social and public housing, not just affordable housing. We should be much stronger in saying that on this kind of development. I'm also concerned about Robert Street. Very concerned about Robert Street. As you know, Robert Street is the cruise terminal. The cruise terminal traffic are not allowed to use Robert Street, and that was a very long battle that certainly Leichhardt Council had to ensure that we didn't have the traffic chaos that we would have had if the cruise terminal traffic was coming down Robert Street into the terminal. The proposal here is to use part of that street again for the cruise traffic. That would be an absolute disaster. It is mentioned there that that's perhaps not the best idea, but it needs to be made so much stronger in the report that's absolutely not acceptable. It's very difficult in 3 minutes to go through everything that I'm concerned about in this submission, but other areas of concern are the piecemeal approach of assessing and determining the planning across the site. By picking off piece by piece, we're actually not looking at the cumulative impacts of this planning, which are significant. I mean, we're looking at developments of up to 22 stories here. We're looking at developments which are commercial, retail, residential, none of it which is clarified as to what type of retail, what type of commercial.
Thank you. I'll ask you to conclude your remarks.
Retail, residential is not clarified what that is.
Thank you. Thank you, Rochelle. I appreciate your comments. Yeah. Need to move on to item really 15, quickly. Community Strategic Plan 2036, Delivery Program 2022 to 26. I'd like to invite Hannah Solomons.
Hello, I'm Hannah. I'd like to also acknowledge the traditional owners, the Gadigal Wangal peoples, and pay respect to their elders past, present and emerging, always was, always will be Aboriginal land. I'd like to also acknowledge and state my vehement and strong agreement with the wonderful words spoken by Rochelle and Jane. me and my particular qualifications speak on this topic. I'm a woman with disabilities. I've lived in the Inner West for over 10 years. I'm also a local activist in a number of capacities. I sit on the Access Committee. I chair the Inner West Disability Pride, which for the past 2 years, an amazing group of disabled volunteers has made the Inner West into a civil rights pioneer by bringing Australia's only Disability Pride event with hundreds of people and renowned speakers. And I wanted to start by thanking Council for the seed funding, and I hope that we'll be able to continue to work together. Part of Disability Pride is including and listening to people with disabilities. And there are 3 points I want to make about that. I would like to thank and congratulate Council on the way that they listened to Disability Pride and made extensive changes to the Community Strategic Plan to include disability and address the concerns of people with disabilities. I'd like to say, ask you to reject the operational plan because it doesn't reflect those changes. And finally, I'd like to ask the Council rethink the attitudes and actions towards people with disability that made such extensive revisions and concerns by us necessary. Particularly, one example of the change would be that instead of saying 4.5% of people in the Inner West have a disability, it was changed to 17.7%. That was raised by me in my ample spare time. I'm doing a PhD on disabilities and public law at UTS, so I can assure you that statistic is the correct and it's the one going in my thesis. Once you see that 17.7%, you realise that we are an enormous minority group in the Inner West that can't be effectively ignored. But the operational plan, which is going to direct thousands and thousands of dollars of council spending on infrastructure and thousands of dollars in private spending on buildings, does not deal with accessibility under SD2 and does not say and all abilities or have a large accessibility goal under SD4. This is extremely concerning, as you know, I know how that will be the direction which Council will go for several years. I know that we've been directed to the Disability Inclusion Action Plan, but a topic of my thesis is the exceptionalisation of people with disabilities. We're citizens of the local area and we deserve to be integrated into each aspect of council planning. And frankly, it will cost Council a lot more and waste a lot of funding if you don't address this now. So thank you so much for listening to us, and I hope that you will take this feedback on board as well. Thank you.
So Bronson Harrison was registered to speak to item 18 as well, but has left. I think he's conveyed his views. Item 19, the speaker is Bridget Foley of Newtown.
Hello, my name's Bridget Foley. I live and work on Gadigal land, so pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. I'm here today to represent over 280 people who've signed the Safe Streets to School petition, which I'm helping organise here in the Inner West. And over the past few months, I've spoken to residents from each ward of Inner West Council who do not feel safe when they step out onto the streets. Making the streets where we walk, play and live is essential. Making them safe is essential and urgent. We need to deliver on the Inner West at 40 project to make all local streets safe by reducing speed limits and enforcing them. A comprehensive approach to making the streets safer requires new signage, paint on the ground, and public education about the benefits. Benefits like reduced crime, more physically active residents, greater social connection, increased spending in local businesses, and less pollution. Today, I want to ask the councillors to be political champions to create safe streets to school in the Inner West and roll out safe speed limits, making the Inner West more livable. I ask you to call out the inaction by Transport New South Wales to deliver on rolling out 40-kilometre speed limits across the Inner West. I want you to write letters, post on social media and really champion this in any meetings that you go to over the next while until we see action. There's really strong support in the community for safer speed limits on our streets. Only a study done by the Heart Foundation found that only 13% of Australians oppose creating safe streets in our communities. So we need to take all avenues we can to get this change. I also want to ask for 30-kilometre trial zones to be established within the next 6 months. Speed kills. Implementation of 30-kilometre speed limits, particularly near schools, is urgent and can save lives. There are particular locations throughout the inner west where there's an ideal locations for 30-kilometre trials. Areas where there's high pedestrian interaction with cars are really important. I want to highlight one that's bordered by Edmore Road, King Street, Lord Street and Edinburgh Road, so areas that have had the 40-kilometre speed limits rolled out on King Street and Edmore Road, and making areas behind there into these 30-kilometre trial zones. 40-kilometre streets on all our local streets is essential, and some 30-kilometre trials are urgently required. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Bridget. The next item for which we have a registered speaker is item 25, and that speaker is Peter Lindout of Annandale, who's online. Peter, are you there? Don't have a
Yeah, look, thank you. Peter Lindout's my name, and can you hear me, Darcy?
Not all that well.
Okay. Is that any better?
I'll just ask the councillors, can everyone hear Peter well enough to proceed? Yep. Okay, we'll make sure no one talks over you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Darcy. Thank you, councillors. Peter Lindout is my name. I live and work on Gadigal land also, and pay respect to their ancestors past, present and emerging. I'm a resident of Annandale and I've lived here for 27 years. And I'd like to just talk to the motion around the beautification of Railway Parade. And I think this is a really good news story for council, where I think we've got the opportunity to create a real legacy for our community. And we all know how important parks and trees and open spaces are. Here's an opportunity where we have all of this at our fingertips, but we just haven't done anything with the beautiful park that's there. And in the last 2.5 years, a lot of you would be aware that in this part of Annandale, with WestConnect, we've lost hundreds of trees, including Burrawan Park, and where the overpass is now located, we've lost hundreds of trees from there. So I think this proposal is really important for residents of this area to get something back that it has lost. So what we're really asking for is, firstly, I think Railway Parade needs a bit of a vision. We need someone to own it and to look at it as a holistic park that people want to visit, that families want to visit. Because a stroll down that beautiful street today shows a park in disrepair and a park that has fallen on hard times. And as I was calling out before, some of the things that we would love council to be able to entertain is to extend the wildlife corridor from White's Park and Cohen Park all the way through to the rail stop. I think that would be beautiful for our plants and our native plants and animals. I think what's critical is that we improve the maintenance of that park. It's very tired, it's not a destination. In my 27 years here, I've never seen more families in the area, but no one is visible in that park. And I really think we can bring people back to that part of Annandale, and it could become more of a destination for families and residents and our native animals and plants. Thank you for considering this proposal.
Thanks very much, Peter. The next and second to last item for which we have registered speakers is item 26. And the first speaker is Jonathan Biggins of Balmain. Jonathan, are you there?
Okay, here we are. Yes, I'd also like to acknowledge the traditional owners, the first singers, dancers, storytellers and musicians of the land on which we speak. And I was speaking to this motion because now is a great opportunity to encourage and support the next generation, the current generation and future generation of performing artists in the Inner West. I speak on behalf of the NPC of the equity section of the Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance in New South Wales in support of this motion. We sent a letter asking various councils in the Sydney metropolitan area if they had any venues or facilities that could be used more creatively and extensively by local performing artists groups who are still struggling after 2 years of COVID and the impact that has had on the entire industry. And we were very encouraged to see that the Inner West Council are proposing an audit of these buildings. And I see it as a very low cost opportunity for council to utilise existing infrastructure that largely sits empty. And I think it's also a very good way of making sure that those buildings, those magnificent heritage buildings which we have, one of the best ways to preserve them is to use them. And I think for a relatively low cost, if we could do an audit of those buildings and find out how we can give them at reduced rates or for free or whatever to the various and many performing arts groups in the Inner West, I think that would be a great thing. And that's basically all I wanted to say.
Thanks very much, Jonathan. And if you would like to get in touch with me about your organisation in particular, following tonight's meeting, I think we can help at Marrickville Town Hall in the first instance. Our last speaker for this item is Lisa Tapman of Balmain.
Hello. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the Gadigal and Wangal peoples of the Eora Nation, who are the traditional custodians of the lands in which the Inner West local government area is situated. 12 months ago, local Balmain creative collective My Kind Co reclaimed and dramatically transformed Inner West Council's space at the Balmain Town Hall as contribution to the Balyudari Inner West Fest program. Through the artwork of leading female artists and inspired female subjects, we held an exhibition and event program that uplifted, engaged and connected local creatives and local community. Bringing back to life underused and neglected space residents had forgotten or didn't know existed, the precinct once again felt alive and innovative, welcoming and connected. This pilot by My Kind Co was a great success, and the future potential scope across multiple council properties is endless. Our local government must actively support our creative economies from which it prospers and gives the Inner West its heart and sense of identity. Council's social media marketing is very encouraging and great at engaging the broader community. What is important now is actively creating and delivering innovative policies that support the creative economy needed to recover from this pandemic and the current property crisis. Creatives are struggling to afford residential accommodation, let alone commercial space to work. The working from home transition over the last 2 years is nothing new to Inner West creatives. However, currently, many are faced with eviction from their homes and studio spaces due to huge rental increases and property development proposals. The gentrification of the Inner West very much has its pros and cons. I have personally been speaking with our Mayor, Darcy Byrne, over the last 2 years about the use of council property as creative space residencies, namely the town halls. He has been very openly supportive of this concept. It is great to see this again, that has been raised and supported at the recent Arts Summit. I'm pleased also to see that Kobe Shetty, our new Balmain Ward Greens representative, is also passionate about access to underutilised council spaces. I see this motion today as one very important part of the strategy to tangibly investigate all council spaces and the potential new usage to support the greatly impacted arts scene. We have a large creative population that needs to be reconnected and supported in reimagined council creative spaces. Currently, there are few residential opportunities available. Artists are moving further out of the area due to escalating costs, reduced income and opportunities. It's really promising seeing this newly elected council so proactive already and most importantly, cooperative in working for the greater good of the people of the Inner West. The creative industries suffered immeasurable damage. To be visibly and actively on track to recovery, our Inner West spaces must continue to be strong focal points for creative, healthy, cultural and sustainable community life. This can be achieved by Council creating dedicated, fit-for-purpose space in publicly owned, underused property for creative industries and artist residencies. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Lisa. Our last speaker tonight is registered for item 27, and that is Rachel Jacobs of Stanmore.
Hello everyone, it's Rachel Jacobs here, and I'm currently on Thurl and Darrell lands. In the land of the Wadi Wadi people, I'm actually here on an arts research expedition and retreat, but I am a resident of Gadigal country and I pay respect to elders past, present and emerging. I am an arts researcher, I'm an arts educator, and I'm also a working artist. I'm a choreographer and I'm a dancer, and I'm the owner of Sydney Bollywood. I'd like to tell you a bit about why I'm supporting an artist's wage and why I think that the Inner West Council should get behind this. My life during the pandemic of 2021 took a bit of a turn. The first thing that happened when the lockdown occurred was that I refunded all of my clients for their classes, and then I rang all of our clients who arranged private and community bookings, and I refunded them as well. But after that, I contacted all of our dancers to tell them that they wouldn't be working for the foreseeable future. An artist's wage would completely change their lives, would mean that they don't have to live in this kind of precarity, and they're able to make art through uncertain times. They're able to keep producing what is their life challenge, which is to be in community and creating artworks and arts engagement that benefits the whole community. It would mean that they don't have to take their third casual job in order to support themselves as artists, which of course limits the amount of time that you can spend creating. What an artist's wage has the opportunity to do is to keep people being creative and growing in their creativity. It breaks the precarity that artists live in. It also breaks the perception that artists have to be poor and have to be struggling in order to be creative, which is not true. In my experience, if somebody has food on the table and a roof over their head, they are more likely to grow in innovation and creativity. What we want to do is break the cycle of competitive grants, which makes artists like us compete against each other for really, really small amounts of funding that can be pulled out from under us at a whim by different governments. What we want from the artist's wage, though, is it's support for artists, but it's actually support for the whole community. This is not just for artists, this is for all of us. I have seen with my own eyes the difference that artists can make to people who are long-term unemployed and who are engaged in the creative sector and see different possibilities for their lives. I've seen the possibilities for communities of colour, such as my own. I am an artist of colour, and often our arts projects aren't funded by large bodies like the Australia Council for the Arts. Often our art occurs on the margins, and an artist's wage would completely change the way that we are able to produce our art. I've seen the arts completely change disabled people in the way they're able to raise their voices, such as local artist Amy Claire Mills, who is able to raise the profile of disability issues through her art. What we're asking for is the support for this proposal because, to my knowledge, it doesn't cost a cent. This is ideological, and it is something that we can do in the Inner West to show that we want to do more than do piecemeal
Rachel, if you could please conclude your remarks.
It's really important for us that we make sure that artists aren't just a luxury. They're the core of our being, and I'm inviting all of our councillors to vote for this proposal.
Thanks very much, Rachel, and thank you also for your recent contribution to our community as a candidate for public office. Not an easy situation, but you were very committed to it. Okay, that concludes the public forum and brings us on to condolence motions, of which we have two tabled motions. The first is for Bill Hilliard. Councillor Drury.
Thank you, Mayor. I bring forward this condolence motion for Bill Hilliard, who was quintessentially and Inner West lad, apart from one slight aberration when he went to South, but we don't talk about that too much. Bill was an educator, a teacher, a mentor, and a football player and a football coach who lived, who worked, who inspired many, who helped many in our community. And as a son of a former teacher, what I do know is when students pay tribute to a teacher's dedication and care and commitment, that is the highest accolade a teacher can get, and that's the sort of accolade Bill got. Bill was also well loved and well respected within the rugby league community, and our community is the poorer for his passing.
Thanks very much, Councillor Drury. I wish to speak in support of the condolence motion. I knew Bill Hilliard pretty well. He was a Teachers Federation activist, a former first grade rugby league player for the Balmain Tigers, but captain of the reserve grade side, a teacher at Balmain High School before my time there. But he also then taught at Homebush Boys High School, where my dad taught. And I don't really know when I first encountered him, but I remember him being a big figure in the local area when I was a kid. And I suppose if you're a professional rugby league player and you're also the local high school teacher, then you're probably going to be pretty well known amongst the local population. But he was someone who had a big impact on the lives of many, many local young people. And when I say that, I mean thousands of people. I always saw him once a year at the Back to Balmain event, which Councillor Stamoulis and I always attend, and which brings together a whole lot of people who live all over New South Wales, but who used to be at the heart of working class Balmain culture. I was really shocked and saddened to discover that he had passed away, because I probably saw him within the last 12 months and he looked like a very fit man. I certainly wasn't expecting to hear that news. He really represented what is now the Inner West local government area in a very meaningful way because of his involvement with Wests, his involvement with the Balmain Tigers, the fact that he taught at so many local public high schools and played such a big role in local junior rugby league and in the lives of so many young people. So I thank Councillor Drury very much for tabling the motion, and it's my intention. I wasn't able to attend the funeral for Bill. I believe that the General Manager did, is that correct? Sorry, got that wrong. He does go to a lot of funerals. But I do want to get in contact with the Hilliard family following from the adoption of this motion to let them know about how important a role Bill played in the lives of so many Inner West citizens. So thanks very much, Councillor Drury. Is there any further discussion of this motion? There's no further discussion. I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. I'll move on to the second condolence motion, which Councillor De Cruz and I have worked on together. And I will go to Councillor De Cruz as the mover of the motion, and I'll second the motion so that she's able to speak to it first.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. That's very generous. I actually have an amendment to move to the motion, calling on the council to actually rename the Glass House in honour of Kathleen Hamey, and I've sent that to the minute takers. I'm not sure whether Linda Hamey is in the gallery or watching online tonight, and I would like to acknowledge her and note that last Tuesday I attended a memorial gathering hosted by Kathleen's daughters Glinda and Narelle and their husband Val and grandson Adrian in the Balmain Town Hall meeting hall. Many fond memories were shared, and others have written to me about Kathleen and her glasshouse and fundraising to restore it. When I floated the idea last Tuesday, there was a strong support, which was echoed again today by Duncan. There's strong support for the idea of naming the glasshouse in honour of Kathleen. And that was echoed today by Duncan McCausland, the president of the Balmain Association. Kathleen did venture off the peninsula to Annandale to get involved in the bushcare activities. It was here that I met her in 1998 at the Roselle Bay Community Native Nursery. The nursery was then on a rough, enclosed area on the foreshore. And of course, I heard about the glasshouse from Kathleen. The photos in the Mayoral Minute, which didn't make it to the Mayoral Minute, were of Kathleen at the opening of the nursery in 2012, a purpose-built facility like our council built in Whites Creek Valley, Annandale. And I actually now, since Councillor Byrne is permitting me to move the motion, I actually accept my own amendment and move the motion in its entirety, and I hope that Councillor Byrne will actually now be willing to second it in its entirety, and I put the motion to people. And I must say I was very pleased to learn a lot more about Kathleen in Balmain than I actually knew and learnt about her in my own research.
Thanks very much, Councillor De Cruz. I didn't know Kathleen well, but I've dealt with Val, her partner, over a long period of time. They're both very well-known local Balmain identities. And I was approached by a number of local people immediately following her death who wanted to contact me as mayor to explain how important a loss this was and how much of our local history and knowledge had been upheld and contained within Kathleen's mind. When I received late this afternoon Councillor De Cruz's intention to move an amendment for the renaming of the glasshouse, my first thought was, well, this is not the established practice for amendments that we've been working on between us in terms of cooperation between our caucuses. But I think this is an appropriate renaming, and we shouldn't let procedural or bureaucratic matters get in the way of proper acknowledgement of someone who made a huge contribution to the local community. When you see the contributions that she made in so many different community organisations across her life, and not just her, but Val and their whole family as well, you see epitomised that old school culture that existed in Balmain before all of the demographic change that's occurred, in which working class people saw the local history of the area, the heritage of the place, the need to preserve the built environment as well as the community organisations and the social institutions as part of their personal responsibility. You look through this list of things that she was involved in. That's an example of the sort of citizenship that we want to promote still today and which doesn't exist enough. So, Councillor De Cruz, I'm glad to be able to work with you on the renaming of the glasshouse in front of Balmain Town Hall in Kathleen's honour. And that's becoming a precinct where we're recognising many different important local figures, as is appropriate with such an historic precinct. So thank you very much for your proposal, and I'm very happy to second this motion. Further discussion, councillors? Councillor Stamos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also attended the gathering last week, and I must say it was a gathering of many, many campaigners from Balmain, Roselle, Birchgrove, going back 40, 50, 60 years. It was incredible to see all of those people come together to celebrate the life of Kathleen Hamey and recognise her importance and contribution to the area. Myself, I had involvement with Kathleen through the Precinct Committee, as we will remember, the Heritage Committee. Margarita was also involved in, Councillor De Cruz was involved in that committee. Balmain Town Hall Meeting Committee, the Glasshouse, and the Balmain Association. I think Kath was part of almost everything that occurred in the old Leichhardt Council area, and in particular Balmain, Rozelle and Birchgrove. It is a loss to the community, but again, her and her husband Val have been massive contributors to what we've achieved over many years in our area. So thanks to Gav.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stamoulis. There's no further discussion. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Okay, councillors, that brings us to the items tabled on the agenda. Is there an in globo motion to move any items in bulk? Councillor Scott. Sorry. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I also realised I didn't turn my microphone
Often get
on.
lost in between the condolence motions, the mayoral minutes, and then getting to the reports. That's where my most frequent errors occur. Thank you very much for that. I'll just ask the council officers to bring up the mayoral minutes in order on the screen, which they've now done. Firstly, on behalf of council, I want to table a motion of thanks for Kathy Edwards-Davis, our recently departed Director of Infrastructure, for her very heartfelt and dedicated contribution to both Ashfield Council and to the Inner West Council. The person who I met Kathy through was Councillor Drury and Councillor McKenna prior to the amalgamation, when we were all working together on how we could keep our individual councils alive. And so I would like to go to Councillor Drury to speak to the motion of thanks.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for bringing this forward. Probably wouldn't surprise anyone that being a senior council staff member is not that easy at the best of times. But Kathy worked through some of the worst of times. She worked through some of the toughest times of the old Ashfield Council, when we were spuriously declared unfit for the future by those clowns in Macquarie Street. When we were unceremoniously dismissed and a new administration was brought in. Through those times, Kathy kept plugging along, getting stuff done and working with whatever executive was around to help us achieve a lot of our capital projects. As you'd appreciate, capital projects are always challenging, and there's always many things outside council's control in relation to those projects, but Kathy would stick at it and try and deliver. We have the Ashfield Aquatic Centre, Dawn Fraser Bars, Kempsey Reserve, the Cooks River, and by God, we're going to have that bloody greenway. And Kathy contributed to all of that. She also led us, as executive, through dealing with the COVID response and on the local COVID committee. She was trusted and respected by colleagues and many other staff members and councillors who worked with her. But there's a time to do things and there's a time to move on. Kathy's chosen to move on. We wish her a good rest and then some fresh challenges, and we look forward to hearing of her wild and wacky holiday adventures, because I'm sure she's going to continue to go to some of the most exotic destinations on the planet and explore that, because she has an open mind. She was an engineer with a real heart and a great public servant.
Thank you very much, Councillor Drury. Further discussion, councillors? There's no further discussion. I'll put that motion of thanks. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Councillors, the last mayoral minute tonight is in regards to pedestrian safety. The Balmain Ward councillors will be aware that there was recently a very serious incident in Rozelle, outside Rozelle Public School, in which a parent from Rozelle Public School fell on the footpath in Darling Street and was very seriously injured. She had her baby in tow at the time, and in order to protect her baby, took the full brunt of the fall herself and suffered a very traumatic experience. I think that incident highlights the importance of ongoing monitoring of high traffic pedestrian areas to ensure safety for our community. So I'm moving that Council receive a report at the August Council meeting identifying the current procedures for monitoring and reporting of pedestrian safety hazards in high traffic pedestrian thoroughfares and making recommendations about inspection, monitoring and repairs. So I'll move that way. Is there any discussion? Councillor Shetty.
Thanks, Mayor Byrne. I just want to thank you for bringing this forward. The recent incident outside Rozelle Public School was very upsetting for not only the family involved, but for the community, the school community and other people who witnessed it. Off the back of that happening, I received a lot of correspondence from local community members who had told me that they reported some issues with that area and with the footpath months in the lead up to the incident taking place. And I'm just really pleased that we're going to be proactive about trying to keep an eye on these issues and to make sure they don't happen again, because it was a really terrible, terrible thing that's happened to that family. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that. There's no further discussion. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously.
Mayor Byrne, may I offer
Councillor Scott.
procedural motion to move some items in globo, please? These have been provided to the minute taker earlier. I would like to move that we adopt items 7, 9 and 17 in globo.
Thank you for that. Is there a seconder for the motion? Okay. So item 7 is the updated partnership agreement with Service New South Wales. Item 9 is the rescheduling of October council meetings. And item
17 is Camdenville Park.
Okay. And then Councillor De Cruz is indicating that she is not in agreement about moving item 9 on block. Under the Code of Meeting Practice, that will need to be removed from the list. So we're down to item 7 and 17. Now, just note that if you get down to one item, it's not called moving it on block. That's just moving one item. So are we still moving something in globo? Okay. So Councillor Scott is moving that we adopt items 7 and 17. Seconded by Councillor Howard. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. That brings us to item 2, Councillor Expenses and Facilities Policy. Councillor Howard.
Mr. Mayor, I have provided an amendment to this earlier.
I'll ask the minute takers to display the amendment on the screen.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor, and I thank the Director of Governance and her team for the considerable amount of work and diligence that has gone into preparing this policy. I also sincerely thank all the staff in the governance and councillor support team for everything that they do for us each and every day to support us in our work, not just tonight, but every single day. We are so grateful and lucky to have such an extraordinary and committed team assisting us to do our work. These amendments are about acknowledging that one of the key challenges and responsibilities we have as elected councillors is to inform the community about and to promote the policies, initiatives and good work being conducted by council in their name and in their interest. The amendments seek to create a clearer framework for the support that council officers provide to fulfil this aspect of our role. Importantly, the amendment seeks to ensure that authors of motions are recognised as the lead on these policies, the policies that they advocate for. It ensures that councillors are provided with the support they need to engage with both traditional media and with council's social media channels to better inform residents of the programs, initiatives and policies they successfully bring to council. In the same vein, the amendment stipulates that not every councillor or political grouping is required to be in every photograph, video or piece of content that's created in order to be published. Given the volume and variety of events and pressures on councillors, it's difficult for us all to be everywhere. And as a collective, we shouldn't lose opportunities to inform the community and to promote the good work about the policies initiatives being undertaken by council. Media and social media is a complex and evolving landscape, and this amendment seeks to help us all navigate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Is there a seconder for
Second that motion.
seconded by Councillor Scott? Do you wish to speak to it?
Only briefly to also thank the staff for their assistance in putting this together, and to note that these amendments will allow councillors to accurately and in a fulsome way communicate information to the public as per our duties.
Thank you. I just wish to speak very briefly as well, just to thank the Manager of Governance for the diligent work that she's undertaken in the preparation of this policy. I think we all know that the interaction between the elected body and the council as an organisation, and the customer service requests that we receive, and our role as public representatives and advocates, that's an area that is complicated and difficult. And this is, I think, the most thorough policy that has been brought forward to council since the Inner West Council has existed, in order to try to address that systematically, to allow councillors to really carry out their function in a way that will be beneficial to their constituents, and to uphold the principles of elected democracy and representation, which is what differentiates us just from board members of an organisation. We also have that role as advocates, and the very detailed work that's gone into the preparation of this has been very good and is greatly appreciated, I'm sure, by all representatives. Councillors, further discussion. Councillor Atkins.
Sorry, could we just have this scrolled slowly on the screen? I know we haven't been given the text of this before. We don't have the practice of voting against in that circumstance, so we'd like to have a chance to read it in detail.
I'll ask the minute takers to reduce the size of the font so that as much as possible of the primary motion is able to be viewed by all councillors. Further discussion? Councillor Lockie.
Yeah, look, I haven't seen this before either, so I apologise if the amendment I'm going to suggest is not as finessed as I'd like it to be. On point 2.2, I think it is D, understanding the variety and volume of events and initiatives and so on and so forth. I appreciate that the intent with the wording here, it is not a requirement for publication that all councillors and representatives from all political groupings be included in individual photographs, videos and communications on any policy or initiative, but I still think it's a good thing for us to aim for, is a bit of a spread of coverage there, because otherwise, you know, it does leave us open to having that potentially perceived to be favouring one political group or another. So I would suggest for point 2D an amendment that says that adds perhaps some wording to the end of it. It's not a requirement for publication, but that every effort should be made to ensure a diversity of groupings and individuals is featured in any given communication.
I'll ask you to provide that wording to the minute taker so that it can be considered by the movers. Further discussion, councillors? Councillor Griffiths?
Yeah, so my thoughts and my concern is less about there being a requirement, but more that every councillor is given the opportunity, and that if councillors are at an event, that the photos are inclusive and they're not, I guess, excluded from being in there. And you know, I think I agree with Councillor Lockie's thoughts that, you know, if there is the potential to include a wider range of councillors from different backgrounds in a photo, well, why wouldn't we? You know, we're all elected to the Inner West, and we're all councillors. The other thing I briefly wanted to speak on was the social media policy, just because it's mentioned there, and just really register my deep opposition to some of the foundational aspects of the social media policy as it applies to councillors in the drafts that we've seen. I think we can all, you know, we're all elected, and we can all be sensible, and we can all listen to advice, and we want to be collaborative between each other and with the community, and we want to be honest and sincere. But I definitely don't think that councillors are in the same category of staff when it comes from sharing our views we are also elected in a political context, and we need to be able to voice our concerns and to make political comments.
Thank you for that. Further discussion, councillors? I'll just check firstly whether Councillor Lockie has been able to provide the wording of her amendment to the minute takers. Is that captured? Because we'll need to go to the debate about the amendment once we've got it tabled, that's all.
I'd like to raise one other point, please.
Just a moment.
Sorry, is Councillor De Cruz moving a further amendment?
Unsure about that. I was just waiting momentarily to have Councillor Lockie's amendment captured accurately. Councillor De Cruz, if you have a further amendment, I'll come to you momentarily. Okay, we have an amendment to D of the primary motion, 2D of the primary motion that reads that every effort should be made to feature a diversity of elected councillors and political groupings is included in published communications. Councillor Howard, do you wish to incorporate that?
No, I don't. Not because I disagree that we're all working towards that diversity, but what the intention of the motion, of the amendment rather, is to give the greatest amount of flexibility when it comes to our policy here. So, I understand that, the council is going to, council officers as they're producing and creating content are always going to be looking to create that diversity of political representation. My concern is that if we have stipulations that only certain, we have to have a mixture of political groupings, etc., in photographs or content, we're not going to be able to respond as quickly and as adroitly as we could, and therefore get the information out to the community as possible, as quickly as possible. So, I just think that is accepted practice. We don't need it because it is the accepted practice.
It's not to be incorporated. We'll now deal with that amendment. Is there a seconder for the amendment? I should have checked that firstly. Seconded by Councillor Shetty. Do you wish to speak to it?
I'd just like to commend the changes that Councillor Lockie has put up. I think, we're all trying to do the right thing here, but I think that amendment is an important element to what has been said before. Otherwise, we are at risk of sometimes having people that have attended events being omitted from some of the information that's put out by council. One example is the Arts Summit that was attended by, I think, the majority of councillors a couple of weeks ago. There was, how many photos? 100, perhaps, photos of the event.
Published?
No, not published. 100 photos taken during the event. Pardon? 183 photos taken of the event. And Councillor Stromolis and I were both there for several hours, and neither of us had one photo taken to demonstrate that we were in attendance, interested in what the arts sector wanted to say to us. And I think that this amendment by Councillor Lockie really does try to ensure that things like that don't happen again.
Can I just seek a point of clarification? I've now got the same amendment to two separate points within the primary motion, which is quite confusing. So, Councillor Lockie, could I just ask you to address that we had it was listed as an amendment to both point A and point D?
I think, bearing in mind I haven't read.
Oh no, it's okay. It was just listed as A as well. So it's the one amendment. All good, no problem.
And I might just, while we're clarifying, change the word feature to ensure, because it's just going to annoy me that it's grammatically incorrect if I don't.
Is that the practice at the City of Sydney?
Not speak for them.
Well, you do work in the Lord Mayor's office, though, don't you? Okay. Is there any further discussion? If not, we'll put the amendment. Councillor Stamoulis.
Mr Mayor, I'd just like to ask a question through to either the General Manager or the Manager of Governance. I don't see the relevance of debate that we're having on whether our photos are taken, whether we're appearing in newsletters, and a variety of other things here that we're discussing as the key issues of this debate, as relating to the substantive recommendation, which is about the councillor expenses and facilities policy. So could somebody tell me about why we're debating all these things and not the councillors' expenses and facilities policy, and if in fact these amendments should be put forward this evening.
Sorry, just to clarify, Councillor Stamoulis, you've asked that somebody tell you about why we're debating this. Councillor Howard is the mover of the motion. I think it's obvious that communication support is related to the facilities policy, but were you wanting to pose a question to the mover of the motion or to the council officers? Because obviously the council officers can't speak for why the motion is being moved. They can only speak to whether it's in order.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What my question was is this consistent with the councillor's facilities and expenses policy, what we're discussing at the moment? Thank you.
Okay, the question is whether it is consistent with the council of facilities policy to consider support for communications. Put that question to the officers.
Thank you, and through the chair, if you are posing it in relation to the support provided to councillors undertaking their civic duties, then that is the purpose of the council expenses and support policy.
Thank you for that. There's no further discussion. I'll go to Councillor Howard for a right. Oh, sorry, Councillor Langford.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess I was also trying to understand whether this was included in facilities, but if we're kind of going down this line, I would also like to raise the issue of officiating at events, because what I've observed is...
Sorry, Councillor Langford, we're debating the amendment. So if you wish to speak to the amendment, of course you're entitled to. But if you wish to raise a separate issue, you'll have to wait until we've dealt with the amendment.
A point of order, Mayor. I do think that it is inconsistent with 10.11 of the Code of Meeting Practice, and that the amendment is not relevant, and I would ask that you rule it out of order.
Okay. So just to clarify, Councillor Griffiths, Councillor Langford has sought to raise a separate point. I've explained that that can be considered, but not at the time that we're debating the amendment. So I assume your point of order is not about what I've ruled in regards to Councillor Langford. It's about whether the motion itself is in order. Is that correct?
Councillor Howard's amendment, I do not think is relevant.
Okay. Thank you. I'll rule on that. I think it's obvious that support for councillors in the facilities policy relates to all forms of support for councillors, including communications. No one's been more outspoken than Councillor Griffiths about the need for councillors to be provided support in order to be able to communicate with the community. He's written to me several times to say that this should be an entitlement under the facilities policy. And so I do think that it is relevant. You're, of course, welcome to move a motion of dissent if you think that that's an invalid ruling. If not, we'll move on. Now, I'll just clarify, because I am not always completely au fait, I always forget whether the mover of the motion is entitled to a right of reply in regards to an amendment. So I'll just ask for advice about that from the Manager of Governance. No right of reply for Councillor Howard. I'll now put the amendment. All those in favour, please raise your hands.
Sorry, can we get some clarification about whether you're putting Councillor Lockie's amendment or Councillor Howard's amendment? I'm a bit confused.
Councillor Howard doesn't have an amendment. Councillor Howard has a primary motion. We're debating Councillor Lockie's amendment. I'm asking people who are in support of Councillor Lockie's amendment to raise their hands. All those in favour of the Lockie amendment, please raise your hands. In support, I have 7. All those against? Against, I have 8. That has been defeated. We'll move back to discussion of the primary motion. Councillor Langford, did you wish to speak to it?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I guess while we're on this topic of facilities and communications and support, I note that often, like in situations where the Mayor is unable or chooses not to
Point of
officiate
order.
an event,
Point of order,
then
Mr. Mayor.
I
Yes,
feel
Councillor
that
Scott has a point of order.
Relevance to the topic of councillor facilities and communication support, officiating at events is outside the scope of what we're discussing.
There is no reference to officiating of events in the proposed facilities policy or in Councillor Howard's primary motion. I therefore rule that discussion of officiating of events, unless it's an amendment to the facilities policy, is not relevant. Thank you for that,
I have
Councillor
another
Scott.
point.
Councillor
Yeah,
Langford.
Thank you. So, I basically, if we're talking about photographs of councillors, then I think that we need to be more fair about how councillors are represented generally across events. I have attended a number of events recently where I've noticed that other councillors, apart from Labor councillors, have not been acknowledged, and I don't think that's a good
Point
reflection
of order.
on council.
Sorry, we've already, yeah, I understand the point of order that you're going to move. Councillor Langford, with great respect, you're speaking to essentially the same point which has already been ruled to be not relevant. So if you wish to continue to speak to it, then you'll need to move a motion of dissent because I've ruled that it's not relevant. Is there any further amendment to the primary motion? Councillor De Cruz.
Yes, I have an amendment that when there are events in a particular ward, that the ward councillors are actually given some sort of priority, except of course the example of the Arts Summit was pointed at, which blows my case out of the water. But I think it's important that when an event is held in a particular council area, and for example the mayor and the deputy mayor cannot attend, that really
Councillor De Cruz,
hierarchy goes.
Sorry to call you to order, Councillor De Cruz.
Okay,
I'll
sorry,
ask you to desist.
Yes. Okay. Now
No,
what I'm
sorry,
saying.
Councillor De Cruz, I'll ask you to desist. If you could just desist from speaking for a moment, please. I'm going to ask you to remain relevant to the motion. There is an events policy. It's not tabled here tonight. If you wish to amend that events policy or to bring it forward, I encourage you to do so, but that's not what's being debated at the moment. So in the same gist as the reason for my request of Councillor Langford to be relevant, I'll ask you to be relevant to the primary motion.
Well, I guess going back to the photographic, the reason that you're photographing people, and this is the amendment I was suggesting to Councillor Lockie incorporate in her amendment, was that I think there has to be some deference to the ward councillors for events that occur within a ward, and that here we have discussions of photographs being taken for political alignment. Political.
Point of order.
Sorry,
if I
I'll
may.
just hear Councillor Scott, who's moved a point of order. Councillor Scott?
What is the amendment? Could you move an amendment?
Okay.
Yeah,
Given we've now had to, sorry, Councillor De Cruz, if I can just ask you to desist with great respect for one moment. I'm going to ask you to outline what your amendment is because I've had to interrupt you a couple of times now to ask you to be relevant, and it's hard for me to tell if you're being relevant if you don't tell us what the amendment is.
The amendment is where there's mention of political persuasions, that it also mentions ward councillors.
Okay, I'll ask you to provide that wording of that amendment to the minute takers, please, so that it can be considered, and I'll go back to Councillor Howard in regards to that once that's been provided in writing. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Councillors, further discussion? Councillor Atkins.
Thank you. I'd like to propose an amendment which removes point 2 in toto. I see that the proposed 9.8 relates to our expenses and facilities, but I think that what's noted in point 2 is, as Councillor Howard said about Councillor Lockie's proposed amendments, exactly how things should be done in any case, and he's only making a note. So if Councillor Lockie's amendments aren't appropriate to be included, then I don't think that any of point 2 is.
Okay, thank you for that. So Councillor Atkinson is moving the deletion of point 2 as an amendment. Is there a seconder for that? Thank you for that. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor Griffiths? No? I'll speak briefly against the amendment. I really thank Councillor Howard for the preparation of this amendment because in my time on council, which has been far too long now, I'm not as old as I look, I've spent at least half a decade under the administration of parties other than Labor, and in that time, the total number of occasions at which I've been invited to participate in a photo or a press release or any kind of public communication for a motion that I have moved has been precisely 0. In fact, and we only have to go back to the 3 months between September and December last year, there was not a single occasion which the General Manager or the Mayor contacted me to ask if I or any other Labor councillor would participate in a public communication. Never occurred, not once. In fact, what frequently has occurred in the past, in my experience, is that the governing party, when a motion is moved by someone from a different party, then puts out a press release the next day claiming credit for the motion that's been moved by that person. It's happened to me dozens of times, Councillor Porteous was a specialist at it. So what Councillor Howard is proposing is a significant improvement in terms of impartiality and encouraging all councillors to know that if they do the policy work, not everyone does, but if you do, that the council is required to support you in communicating that excellent policy that's been adopted by the council. That's a massive step forward for anybody from an opposition party, and something that greatly improves both the impartiality and the transparency and the positivity of council. So thank you, Councillor Howard. I don't wish to see point 2 deleted because it's such a significant improvement for the vast majority of councillors on this council. So thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the Atkins amendment? If not, we'll vote on that. All those in favour of the amendment from Councillor Atkins and Councillor Griffiths? I think I have, no, Councillor Stamoulis is against, so there's 6 in favour. All those against? Against, I have 9, including Councillor Stamoulis. I'll just allow the minute takers who are doing an excellent job to catch up and to record that accurately.
Mayor, could we take that vote again, please?
Councillor Stamoulis is now requesting that I recommit the vote despite his hand having been very visible. Didn't read the motion? All good, no worries. Okay, we'll recommit the vote. I'll just ask the minute takers if they're okay for me to conduct the vote. Great. All those in favour of the Atkins-Griffiths amendment, please raise your hands. I have 7 in favour. All those against? There are 8 against. That has been defeated. Just ask the minute takers if they've accurately captured the record of the voting. Happy to move on if the Manager of Governance is confident that that will be captured accurately. Thank you for that. So we'll go back to the primary motion. Are there further amendments to
There
the
was
primary
my
motion?
amendment, unless he's had it.
Councillor De Cruz.
Which the minute takers have very generously managed to put up. It's point D.
It's not visible at the moment.
No, I know. That's not my fault. Oh, hang on. It is up there. Oh. It's in green.
Now, it's not my practice to be deliberate in alerting people to discrepancies. But, Councillor De Cruz, it sounded to me like you were speaking to a motion in which you wanted to expand the number of people who would be required to participate in the photo, but your amendment does the opposite. It reads, understanding the variety and volume of events and initiatives at Council, it is not a requirement for publication that all councillors or representatives from all political groupings and the local ward be included in individual photographs, videos or communications, etc. Is that your intention?
No.
Okay, can I ask you to liaise with the minute taker? We'll get on
I'm
with the
having
discussion.
difficulty reading this.
Yeah, no, it's not the responsibility of the minute takers to capture your amendment, so I'll ask you to liaise with them again to make sure that it is captured. Is there any further amendment to the primary motion, noting that it is 8:22 and we're on the first item in the agenda tonight? Any further amendments? No? Okay. We'll just wait momentarily for Councillor De Cruz to clearly stipulate her amendment.
I'd like to move that we put the primary motion to a vote.
Interrupt the clarification of an amendment to move that the motion be put, whilst I agree with your sentiment. Councillor De Cruz. Okay. Councillor Howard, it's really for your purposes that this is important. Is the addition of the word but clear for you about the intention of Councillor De Cruz's amendment?
I'm clear on the intention of the amendment.
Do you wish to incorporate it?
No, I do not.
Okay. Do you wish to speak to that?
Only to say again, the purpose of this is about giving autonomy to people in their chamber, no matter where they sit on the political spectrum, and it is about making the most flexible and agile communications approach that we can have as councillors and with council. The more of these kind of things that we put in there, the more difficult it is to be flexible and to be adroit and to respond agilely to things, particularly with social media. We need to be responding as quickly as possible. So I do not accept the amendment.
Okay. There's no further amendments. Councillor Scott has indicated that she wishes to move that the motion be put. Firstly, we'll have to deal with the amendment. Is there a seconder for it? Seconded by Councillor Shetty. I'll put the De Cruz Shetty amendment. All those in favour of the De Cruz Shetty amendment, please raise your hands. I have 7 votes in favour. All those against? There are 8 votes against. That has been defeated. There being no further amendments, I'll go to Councillor Howard for a right of reply.
No right of reply.
I'll now put the motion. All those in favour of the primary motion moved by Councillor Howard.
It was me.
Seconded by Councillor Scott. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? That has been carried 8-7 with the same people voting as the previous vote. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next item.
Mayor, may I move that we defer consideration of item 4, the endorsement of Ashfield Plan of Management, to the next meeting in August, and we call on staff to conduct further in-person consultation with the community.
Deputy Mayor, I would like to second that motion, if that's okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Would you like to speak to that?
That'd be great, thank you.
Well, I'll speak first.
Sorry, apologies.
Almost
Councillor
got there.
Drury, would you like to speak first?
No spray, no cigar. Look, I have a lot of respect for the work that has been done with this plan of management. And I do understand that plans of management are often contentious, but they're important. We're talking about what we do with the important bit of public land for the next decade. Unfortunately, I think 2 things. I make 2 observations that a lot of this was done in COVID times, which was difficult. And I appreciate the staff's effort to try and work through that during those difficult times. I'd also note that Ashfield Park is one of Sydney's oldest parks, and it is dearly beloved by a good many of different and often competing interests, people with competing interests. It would be, and I'd also note in terms of plan and management, we don't always get consensus. And I'm okay with that. Sometimes we've just got to go with the punt on what is the public good. So I'm not after consensus. What I'm after is another round of in-person consultation, because I see that there are at least 3 issues which are unsettled, and certainly all of the councillors who represent areas around the park have been contacted and received the wisdom of numerous residents in relation to this plan of management since it became publicly available. The 3 issues, and they're a great trifecta. 1, dogs. Dogs. We need to have another talk about dogs. 2, the bowling club and synthetics. We need to have a little more talk about the bowling club and synthetics. And 3, the amenities the change rooms for the sport field. Would appreciate that many sporting organisations are very keen to have amenities which are good for all the kids who want to play, and particularly good for girls and young women who say that having crap amenities is a reason not to play sport. So they're the three things that I think we need some further discussion and consultation. It is not my practice, when we've had a huge body of work and a consultation, to defer these things. I'm not deferring them because we don't have consensus. I'm deferring them because I think there's still a pretty unsettled view in the community on those three issues. I think we need further consideration and further views of the community on those three issues, and the consideration of some further options around those. I shall leave it there.
Thanks, Councillor Drury. So we've got a motion for deferral, so I don't think we need to spend a lot of time debating it unless there's anyone who doesn't think it should be deferred. Councillor Griffiths?
I'm seeking a second.
Yep.
For
So seconded by Councillor Griffiths. Do you wish to speak to it?
I sure do, thank you, Mayor. And I can only agree that it's not just a piece of land; it's the jewel in the crown of Ashfield, and well, that's the jewel of the inner west, really.
You'll be excommunicated from Friends of Callan Park now, brother.
But
that's death for you and the Greens Party, my friend.
Well, sometimes,
Is that Hall? He's out.
Sometimes topics are polarising. We shouldn't shy away from debate and polarising comments, for that matter. But yeah, I think you've outlined actually a really good summary of the three controversial issues that we need to move forward on. And Ashfield, it's such a diverse place, and especially around the park. And I went to the park the other day to once again speak to residents about this issue, and I spoke to people who were against the off-leash park, elderly residents, residents from a multicultural community, and I spoke to a resident who I hadn't met before, a young resident from Summer Hill, and she provided me with this great message right here around protecting native trees, having more native trees and having more undergrowth, a place for possums to live, and pointed out the heritage value, but the strange coincidence of having the Ashfield palm trees. I think it's good that we have a cap on it, because I am keen to move forward. And I think one thing that is very clear from the recreational needs studies of Ashfield is that there is a huge desire in the area to have an off-leash dog spot, and that definitely came out when residents spoke to me. I think it came out in the consultation of the draft plan. But from the conversations I had, I think there is a lot of work to bring the community together around that issue, and to discuss some of the specifics of what that would look like, whether it is untimed and the precise location to that, and is there other opportunities that we're yet to investigate. So I'm excited to be part of that further consultation, but let's aim for August and let's get it done.
I think the rest of this speech saved you bacon. I'll now put the Drury-Griffiths motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against, declare that carried unanimously. Petersham Park Plan of Management. Councillor Smith.
I wish to move the adoption of the Petersham Park POM. 3 quick points on that. Firstly, to thank staff for all their work preparing it. It's a very extensive plan, and I thank them for that. Secondly, to note that Petersham Park is in fact the jewel of the crown of the Inner West. And thirdly, to say I look forward to seeing work get started finally at Petersham. Thank you.
Okay, is there a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Atkins. Do you wish to speak to it?
No, simply to support the recommendation. Thank you. And Councillor Smith's assertion of the jewel in the crown.
It's a place of many jewels. Is there any amendment to the motion? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Item 5, King George Park Plan of Management. I'd like to move move the primary motion, but with a couple of amendments. The first is that the final plans for King George Park upgrade must include new use of the amenities block for female-friendly change rooms, including showers, I'll provide that wording to the minute takers momentarily. I would also like to move that there's a discrepancy between the plan of management and the plans contained within report item 18. There's a difference in what the amenities blocks look like. I want to propose that what is adopted in the final upgrade plans for the amenities block is then incorporated into the plan of management, so they're not two separate things. I know that's a little bit confusing, but I'll try to get the wording clear when I provide it to the minute takers. And I'll just note lastly that the plans for the playground upgrade are not being adopted tonight. They are still under preparation. We resolved at the last meeting that King George Park Playground would be the first of our flagship inclusion playgrounds, which we'll design in partnership with Livy's Place, the disability play experts. And I've confirmed with officers that that consultation and the design work is still yet to be undertaken. So that's really good, and I thank the officers very much for adjusting themselves to be able to work with Livy's Place, given that that motion was only passed at the last meeting and the consultation and engagement about the playground upgrade took place at the end of last year. So I will move that way. I'll provide that wording to the minute takers to be displayed on the screen, and I'll ask if there's a seconder for the motion.
I'll second the motion.
Seconded by Councillor Scott. Do you wish to speak to it?
Only to say how very much I support new amenities for girls playing rugby league.
Thank you very much for that. Further discussion, councillors. Councillor Shetty.
Thanks, Councillor Byrne. I'd just like to move an amendment, if the minute takers could bring that up for me, please.
Oh, sorry, are we still debating Mayor Byrne's amendment or not?
Mine's the primary motion. So we're debating the primary motion, but Councillor Shetty is proposing an amendment to the primary motion. Councillor Shetty.
Thank you. Just a third point to be added on to that, that council staff continue to engage key stakeholders as a part of the investigations for a new storage facility within King George Park. And as part of these investigations, council officers are to restrict any future building envelope outside of identified and developed bushcare areas. I want to thank, I'll speak to the amendments first. Staff have done some really excellent work in what is a challenging site. There's lots of service easements, and there's been lots of input from many stakeholders with competing needs. And so I'd really like to thank Simone Plummer and Aaron Callahan for their engagement with me over the last couple of months regarding the concerns of the Bushcare Group. The Bushcare Group has done some incredible work along the edge of the King George Park with the border of Callan Park over a decade to establish the Bushcare site there. Earlier plans had earmarked the area adjacent to the Bushcare area as a possible site for the pavilion, and although there's no longer plans to put it there, it's still noted in the plan of management documents so that it can be approved by the Crown, although the plans are to move it. So it's important for me that we can assure the Bushcare Group, as important local stakeholders, that the Bushcare site won't be impacted by the provision of the storage for the local sporting clubs, which is also obviously very important. And I really appreciated the speakers who came to speak to the issue about the changing facilities, and glad to see they've also been incorporated in the plan.
Thanks very much, Councillor Shetty. I'm very happy to incorporate that amendment into the primary motion. Thank you for preparing it, and thank you to the Bushcare volunteers who have proposed that through you. So that's incorporated into the primary motion. Is there any further amendment or discussion about the motion? Councillor Stamoulis.
Just a question through the chair to the relevant officer.
Yes.
One thing that did come up throughout the course of discussion was the possibility of having EV charging in the car park. Do we have any further update or thoughts on the possibilities for that? Thank you.
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through the chair, the car park design, quite right, the car park design is a major feature of the upgrades for King George Park, and it is one of the considerations that we are taking on board as part of the cost analysis for the new car park. That will be brought back to council in a further report and due date.
Thanks very much for that. There's no further discussion. I don't need to write a reply. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. That brings us to item 6.
May I move the recommendation printed for Lewis Herman Reserve with a amendment
Please do.
and the amendment should come
I'll ask the minute takers to display Councillor Drury's
For-
amendment on the screen.
you shortly.
I sent it to you.
Councillor Drury, why don't you speak to the amendment and we'll make sure that it's displayed before you concluded your remarks.
So, once again, I'd like to thank Aaron and Simone for bringing this forward, and note that whilst the consultation was roughly over the same period as Ashfield Park, we seem to have a much more settled community view in support of what has come forward for the Lewis Herman Reserve. It is interesting when we first thought of encouraging our friends in the RMS to give us that land. One of the notions put forward by the then residents of the nursing home and their management and local residents was it wouldn't it be great to have a dog park there? And that was part of the initial idea. Now things have moved on, and I get that, and I understand that in relation to this reserve. I'd also like to make a point that in relation to plans of management, I'd encourage staff to actually reach out to local ward councillors in relation to some of the contentious issues, because we're the people who get bailed up in the street, and people want to talk to us about it. We're the people who, when we're doing our shopping or going for a walk or being around the community or having a swim in the library, people come up to us and express those views. So we have something to contribute. I'm not saying we know it all, but I would encourage staff when they're doing these plans management and there are contentious issues to reach out and have those discussions. My amendment was basically just to put in a biography, a short civic biography of Lewis Herman, just to explain really why we're calling it Lewis Herman, why we decided to call it Lewis Herman. So Lou Herman was an Order of Australia. He made a very significant contribution of over 35 years to our community. He was our longest serving mayor. And I think the plan of management, I think it's good just to have a little bit more recognition that was in there of why we're having that park and we're calling that. I think it's important when we do name things, we actually have good reasons and we're public about those good reasons. Lewis Herman, working class kid, done good, done very good, led our community, famously rallied garbage trucks, did many wonderful things in our community and had a wicked sense of humour.
Councillor Drury, I'll ask you to conclude your remarks. I don't believe anyone has swum in the library, but if it does happen, it'll be Councillor Drury that does it.
Mayor?
Yes,
Can I
Councillor
second the
Griffiths.
motion?
Of course.
Thank you. Well, yeah, no, it's great that officers have brought this together. I do note that it's going to roll together quite quick so we can spend that grant money. I'm proud to have stood with around 200 residents of that local area, the residents of Holden Street, Joseph, the surrounds, to have petitioned Rob Stokes when council was applying for that grant money to make sure that he prioritised turning this vacant lot into a park. I think when I speak to residents down there, I had another open meeting there yesterday. It just really comes out how long this has been sitting as a vacant lot, which in the inner west is just that's wild. Like this is prime land, and I do think it's really gone in the right direction. Of course, half of the respondents to the initial survey wanted an off-leash dog area, but everyone I spoke to yesterday, when reiterating some of the concerns around the size of the park, its vicinity to the aged care centre, really understood that. And it's like, wow, what a great community that we belong to. Very reasonable people, but I do think that there is definitely a need for an off-leash dog area, not only on the south side of Ashfield where Louis Herman Reserve is, but on the north side as well. I think we're probably looking at multiple areas. One of the speakers today spoke about habitat maintenance. My understanding is that there's not a single tree lost in this, and I think that's something that we should really strive to preserve. So yeah, really excited for this park, excited to go to its opening, excited to, just celebrate it with the community. So thanks for that.
One of the 180 photographs at the opening will be you.
Look, I was going to make that joke in
Too
passing, but I wasn't
soon. No,
going.
you're right. It's too soon. Sorry. Okay. Any further discussion? If not, I'll go to Councillor Drury, who doesn't require a right of reply, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. We've already dealt with item 7. That brings us to item 8,
Mr.
de-amalgamation
Mayor,
business
I
case.
have
Councillor
an
Scott.
I would like to move the primary motion with an amendment, which I have provided to the minute takers, and it is displayed before you on screen.
Thank you for that. Do you wish to speak to it?
I certainly do, thank you. Members of this council will be aware that the Independent Audit and Risk Committee met on Wednesday last week to discuss the draft business case. And members of this council were then provided with a briefing note later in the week on the resolutions of that meeting. It was in many ways a sobering meeting. The independently chaired Audit Committee reckoned with the financial costs that are evident in the paper and also raised a number of non-financial risks, which they have asked to include in the information that is provided to the community, which will need to be carefully managed. Those risks are principally of a period of anti-democratic administration, which the Minister for Local Government has not committed to excluding, and also the loss of corporate knowledge and service interruption. The independently chaired Audit and Risk Committee recommended that this information be provided to community members as a summary, both in the letterbox flyer and in the information online, and with any other survey or presentation of a business case for consultation. For the avoidance of doubt, a resolution to that effect is included here tonight. Although I do not propose to in any way amend or question the financial information, it should also be noted that the independent chair of the Audit and Risk Committee felt that Morrison Lowe were perhaps too conservative with their estimate of the financial costs, and in particular of duplicating IT systems, which is a substantial expense. So again, for the avoidance of doubt, we recommend that the Mayor writes to the Minister for Local Government, asking them to commit to the full cost of the demerger should it occur, and that those full costs should be the fully incurred costs, not the estimated costs in the business case, as it would appear that the fully incurred costs will exceed what is suggested here, and that the Mayor ask for a commitment to not sack the council and install an administrator. There appears to be some confusion about this draft case and the community consultation. The purpose of the community consultation is to identify benefits to include in the case, which is still in draft. At this point, it would appear that the only benefits to be found in demerging the council are the intangible perceived benefits that exist in the minds of the community, and so as to have every opportunity to uncover, identify and record those benefits through a genuine process of engagement and include those in the business case, we are also recommending an additional online forum chaired by the GM with Morrison Lowe in attendance. I recommend that the Council take on the concerns of the Independent Audit and Risk Committee, note them and note the improvements to the process and amend those into the business case.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Scott is moving what is now the primary motion. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Drury, do you wish to speak to it?
Briefly, just to say, we now have the draft business case. Let's put it out to the community and see what the community say. Let's see what they think. Let's not be afraid of seeing what the community thinks. Let's put it out and find out what they think. Now, if there are other things that the community believe should be in the case, then no doubt they will tell us. We have a very articulate community. I have no doubt they will tell us what they think, and then we get to consider this again in August, and then we give it off to the state. If the minister agrees, we go out, and then there's another round of public consultation in relation to this. Let's let this process roll through. Let's not be afraid of hearing what the community thinks. Let's put it out and see.
Okay, thank you for that. Further discussion. Councillor Stamoulis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be speaking against this motion and putting forward a foreshadowed motion, and that is that the Morrison Lowe demerger report not be placed on exhibition. First of all, it's unusual for this council to place documents on exhibition that are not our submission. It could very well appear to the public, and certainly appears to me, that we're cherry picking what information we're going to put out on public exhibition, and we're not putting the full case out. We're simply putting the Morrison Lowe demerger report out there on exhibition. Additionally, there's been no consultation on the development or the content of this report, nor what the terms of reference were to the consultants, Morrison Lowe. So there's a deficiency there again in putting that information out. Additionally, Council will soon be conducting a survey which will add information to our submission, and it's important that this appear in Council submission for public exhibition. It will contain information that I think our public will want to see. Additionally, the report lacks important qualitative and quantitative information. That's very clear. In fact, the report states it itself. And the report does not respond to community expectations, which expect that Council prepare a strong and positive case for demerger. Now, I'd ask the Manager of Governance if the foreshadowed motion could be put up, but I have concerns here that an incomplete document, a cherry-picked document, is being put out for public exhibition. If we are to put out a submission, we should do as we've always done, that is, the complete submission go out there for public consultation. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor Stamoulis. I'll just put a question to the officers. Councillor Stamoulis asserts that the business case has been cherry-picked. Can I just ask the General Manager to talk us through the process by which the information and assessment in the business case has been derived?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it's the financial analysis in this report's quite robust. It goes back to work that Morrison Lowe did in 2015, where they looked at when Inner West was going to be merged into 6 councils, where they looked at the long-term financial plan for all councils from back in 2014-15. They then did a combined aggregate of that long-term financial plan with our latest financial statements. They then validated against the non-merged councils to see for growth in their long-term financial plans, brought that back, and it gets validated against the ones that we've got going forward. So I think the analysis that they've done, they've really got a lot of detail on how our services have changed throughout the term of the Inner West Council, which goes back to the work that they did in 2021 as well. And have a great analysis and understanding of the service standards that we had and service levels in 2016, which underpins the financial analysis that they've done that supports that underpins the 2 options that are presented in the business case.
Okay, thank you for that. Further discussion, councillors? Councillor Atkins.
I have an amendment I wish to propose. That could be put up. It's slightly different to what I put because I need now to amend what is in original motion, the new substantive
Primary motion.
motion.
Yep.
So my amendment would delete clauses 1 and 2 and add new clauses 1 to 3, which are listed there. It would retain the clause about the audit and risk committees comments. And indeed, I think we would retain clause 4, that the mayor write to the minister, and then amend what was the final clause, what still will be the final clause, to require a further report to the September meeting, as I got in the amendments that I've provided.
Okay, Councillor Atkins, can I ask, because what you're proposing is multiple amendments, which I could interpret as a foreshadowed motion.
I did seek advice from the staff that this was an amendment.
Well, it's more than one amendment. That's my issue. So we could be here for a while. Would you like, we can deal with each of them. They're complicated, so I don't want to ask anyone to vote on amendments that they don't understand or haven't been clearly explained. So do you want to start with the first one and then we'll debate that and move on? Unless you can present them in a way that it's clearly understandable to everyone that it's one entire amendment.
Sure. So number 1, the Morrison Lowe report itself states that they have not been able to do all the work, all the qualitative work that it would require discussions with residents, and that needs to be done. The second clause notes that this is critical work to complete the demerger business case, and that it should be included in a revised business case prior to public exhibition.
No, sorry, Councillor Atkins. You were proposing the deletion of some elements of the primary motion and the replacement of it in its totality, or are there particular parts of the primary motion that you're deleting and others that you're leaving? That's what I'm seeking to clarify.
I am deleting clauses 1 and 2 of the primary motion.
Yep, to be replaced by?
To be replaced by clauses 1 to 3.
Okay. Is everyone comfortable with that being dealt with as one amendment that we debate once rather than 3 times? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Let's start the clock again. Councillor Atkins, please speak to your amendment.
Thank you. 62.5% of Inner West residents voted for demerger. The draft business case prepared by Morrison Lowe is not a document which properly considers the implementation of the wishes of the community to demerge, nor does it propose to the minister how that could be done, along with the costs and risks. The draft business case presented to council is an update of a comparison of the 3 reformed former councils' theoretical future performance with current Inner West Council planned performance. So what we end up with looks like a justification for keeping the current Inner West Council. The draft business case also discounts the fact that we already have shared services on the basis that the literature shows this hasn't worked. While there are risks which should be identified, retention of shared services should not be blithely discounted. The terms of reference should have required the preparation of a plan to demerge the council and a costing of the process. We haven't seen the terms of reference, so we don't know what instructions Morrison Lowe were acting under. The draft business case should be reviewed for editing by stakeholders as required by the New South Wales Treasury Guidelines on business proposals. Experts in local government could also be requested to review the proposal for suggestions on the validity of models, assumptions and conclusions made. There is experience of de-amalgamations in Queensland and New Zealand which could be used, and there are local government experts in this country, such as Professor Joseph Drew, who can be asked to assist either for input into drafting or for reviewing of drafts. My proposal is that the critical work on the reasons for demerger be done and a revised draft business case referred to a panel of community members and local government experts for review and input. The revised proposal could then be put to the September council meeting to be put out for broad community consultation, as there's no pressing deadline, this extension by several months, should cause no issues. Just to note that the amendment that's up there now, what is there as clause 4, should, I would put it as the last clause after the clause about ordinary risk in the wider. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Is there a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Shetty, do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, thanks.
Please proceed.
The Morrison Lowe report is not a holistic report into the benefits of a demerger. There are many problems with the report, but I'd really like to focus on the fact that it struggles to move beyond the quantitative analysis of financial implications and neglects to look at many important qualitative measures beyond characterising the community perception of improvements as merely that, an unquantifiable feeling that holds no real value. I feel like we're trying to invoke the castle, it's the vibe of the thing. But, you know, this is really important. Some of these qualitative benefits may be more nuanced and they might be harder to nail down, but they're important and need to be explored in detail and included in a more robust business case. They're too important to be tacked on at the end of a business case that is lacking as some nice little quotes to round it off from the community. There's no rush. We've got a responsibility to the community who overwhelmingly supported demerging in their vote to take our time, to engage broadly with the community and with local government experts who will have other perspectives and add to the analysis by Morrison Lowe so that we can come up with a more robust and compelling business case that can then be put on exhibition before being taken to the Minister of Local Government.
Thank you for that. Any further contributors in regards to the amendment? If not, I'll put the Atkins-Shetty amendment. All those in favour, please raise your hands. There's 7 in favour. All those against? There is 8 against. That has been defeated. We'll now go back to the primary motion. Are there any further amendments or anyone to speak against the primary motion?
Point of order, Mr Mayor. There's someone missing from your side of the fence.
I thought that might have been the case, but I couldn't work out if they were turned in the other direction or... So thank you for that. I'll recommit that vote. All those in favour of the... I'm sorry, I can't see the names of the movers now. Atkins-Shetty amendment, please raise your hands. That's 7 in favour. All those against? That's 7 against. I'll use my casting vote to defeat that amendment. That has been defeated. We'll now go back to the substantive motion. Are there any further amendments to that? There's no further amendments. I'll go...
Point of order.
Yes.
Mayor. I believe Councillor Atkins had a further amendment to the timing of a report coming back, or is that no longer relevant?
That was part of the whole amendment.
There being no further amendments, I'll go to Councillor Scott for a right of reply.
I waive my right of reply.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? That has been carried 8-7.
Was it 7-7, Mr Mayor?
No. I know you're the statistician in the group, but 8-8.
Really? I never heard that before.
Okay, it's 9 o'clock. We haven't been making great time, but that's okay. We'll make it up in the second period. I propose that we adjourn for 10 minutes to give everybody a break. Councillor Scott, will you move that way?
So well.
Moved by Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Stevens, an adjournment of 10 minutes. All those in favour, against, declare that carried unanimously. We'll resume the meeting at 9:11. That's frozen on 9:09, but my phone says 9:19. So we're either 1 minute under the time or 10 minutes. Cool. Anyway, we'll resume the meeting. We're at item 9, rescheduling of October 2022 meetings.
Mr Mayor, I move
Councillor
we
Scott.
accept the officer's recommendations.
Councillor Scott is moving the adoption of the recommendation. Is there a seconder for that? Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Drury. Councillor Atkins.
I have an amendment to agenda item 9, please.
Yes, Councillor Atkins.
Yep. The minute takers have the amendment. So the proposal is that we delete clause 1, amend clause 2 so that it is reschedule the local matters public forum meeting on the 25th of October 2022 to 18th of October 2022, and then 2, insert 2, schedule an extraordinary meeting of council on 25 October 2022 in order to consider the audit report.
I think I'll have to rule that that is a foreshadowed motion because it is directly in contravention of the primary motion. I don't see how that could be interpreted as an amendment.
Fine.
So there's a foreshadowed motion from Councillor Atkins. Do you wish to
Can I
speak to it?
speak to that very briefly? In February, Labor councillors voted to decrease council meetings to 2 a month. We're now seeing the results of that, with staff advising of delays in decisions on major projects and issues like the one raised here. We already have a packed agenda every meeting, and sometimes things feel rushed through, often with only one side of every debate being put, now only 2 minutes for each councillor to speak. So often not debate really. So I suggest in this instance we commit to 2 meetings in October. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Just a point of clarification. Council officers recommended moving to 1 meeting a month. It's been their consistent position throughout the last term of council and on this new term. It's something that was proposed by council officers, not by Labor councillors. Further discussion? Sorry, would anyone like to move a further amendment? Councillor Griffiths.
Yeah, so just raising to your attention on the 25th of October, it is still the Local Government New South Wales conference.
Thank you for that. There's no further discussion. I'll go to Councillor Scott for a right of reply.
Waive my right of reply.
I'll now put the motion. All those in favour of the Scott Drury motion, please raise your hands. I have 8 in favour. All those against? 7 against. That has been carried. Item 10, options on accessibility improvement for small business. Councillor Howard.
I move an amendment to defer item 10 to a future ordinary council meeting, noting that council is undertaking a comprehensive engagement on the Disability Inclusion Access Plan, and ask that further consideration be given to a proposed grant program as part of that process.
Okay. Is there anyone who disagrees with deferring it? If not, I'll ask for a seconder.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Scott. I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Item 11, 2022 Inner West grants, Inner West Council grants. Councillors. Councillor Smith.
There should be amendments. Thanks, Tim. Is that better? That's
yep.
Thank you. Amendments that are on the screen, which are pretty simple, just to ensure that council is centring diversity both amongst grant applicants but also the panellists who consider those applications. I think it's really important that we are reflecting the diversity of our Inner West community when we are considering grant applications, and we have to be intentional about this so that we don't reinforce existing hierarchies or assumptions about who is or isn't a worthy applicant or panellist. And point 2 of this amendment just seeks to ensure that councillors, as well as the council's digital and media infrastructure, can support, celebrate and promote those successful applicants. And I'm sure, especially given our previous discussion tonight, that all of my fellow councillors would be more than happy to attend events of those successful applicants. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Is there a seconder for that?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Scott. Do you wish to speak to it?
No, thank you.
Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion or to speak against it? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Local Traffic Committee meeting.
Mr Mayor, I would like to move we accept the Traffic Committee report.
Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Stevens. Are there any amendments? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. We're flying
Mayor,
through it
may
now.
I move item 13, the LPAC Master Plan update?
Yes, please proceed.
I'd like to thank Simon and Simone for bringing this forward. And I'd also like to thank the General Manager for having us refocus on what is possible and achievable, and for having some more rigour in relation to implementing the master plan. We all know that we need to do this work on LPAC. We all know LPAC is well loved. We note that what we have for the project is 2 stages, 22, 24, where we'll crack on with the hydro, the kids pool, do the plant work. We'll do the investigations in terms of the 50 and the dive, and then we'll have a second stage, 24 to 26. I think the 2 stages is a sensible proposition, and I think the planning around that appears to be quite well thought through. I understand that this proposition will not please everyone, but we need to go with what is in the community interest and the best interests of the users of LPAC. I commend the resolution.
I second the motion and withhold my right to speak. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion or to speak against it? Councillor Stamoulis.
Just a question through the chair. I note the changes there to the dive pool. I'm wondering what other facilities that we have in the area that permits that activity to still take place, and if not within our area, where we might be advising that people who wish to do that can continue with those facilities. Thank you.
May I ask a point of clarification vis-a-vis Councillor Stamoulis's question? When he says those activities, do you mean exclusively underwater rugby, because the remainder of the activities have been confirmed in the report to be able to take place with the floor of that depth?
Okay, I'll ask for that clarification from Councillor Stamoulis for the purpose of putting his question to the officers.
My question is simply, well, I suppose the question would be then, what activities in terms of diving, which is something that's been a significant activity there for the start of the pool. What ability will there be to have that continue, or what other facilities would we be able to direct them to within the Inner West?
Yep.
Or outside the Inner West? Thanks.
Okay. It's a question about diving. So the dive towers to be decommissioned, Councillor Stamoulis is asking what other diving facilities are available within the LGA or outside the LGA.
Thanks, Councillor. Through the chair. My understanding at the moment in relation to the use of the dive pool for diving is that there is certainly no current diving use in that pool, and historically over the last sort of 20-30 years, councils in different areas of Sydney have removed their dive pools due to age, but also risk of activity. And at this point in time, there's no current diving use, there's no dive clubs, and there's no use of the tower at all due to its being out of use and not fit for purpose.
No, Mr. Mayor. So given that it won't be available there, I did ask where would we direct them to have within the municipality
I'll put
or
that
outside.
question to the
Thank you.
officers.
Thank you. Through the chair, should we have any questions in relation to diving, we would refer them to the Sydney Olympic Park facility.
Ride two, is there still diving at Ride?
I am not certain there's diving at Ryde, I don't believe so, but we could check if we need to.
No worries, thank you. Councillor Stamoulis, did you have a further question?
I've got no.
Councillor De Cruz?
So I've had a lot of inquiries, surprisingly, since I know nothing about swimming pools, about stuff that goes on at the swimming pools, and about the master plan and about swimming in lanes, etc. So I think that there has to be much more discussion with the community, and the community was used to some discussions. I think in previous times in the smaller councils, there was a lot more discussion with staff and officers and the community. So I think it's useful if we can actually provide a lot more information, accessible information to the community, including through our newsletters, but also displays at the pools. And also if we run face-to-face forums, workshops, open days, or whatever you like to call them, to actually allow people to meet with staff in a non-operational manner. And for that reason, I've put forward these motions, this amendment, and hope that I'll have your support in implementing this. I've got a particular interest in seeing this happen at LPAC and at Ashfield, but perhaps it's also relevant at the other two pools.
Question through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
I commend Councillor De Cruz for her bold confession that she has no idea about swimming pools, but perhaps the Director of Infrastructure could outline for us the engagement that currently happens with regard to swimming pools, both for the community and potentially also for councillors.
I'll check, I will do that. I'll just check whether there's a seconder for Councillor De Cruz's amendment first. Okay. Come back to you, Councillor Shetty. I'll put the question that Councillor Scott has posed about the engagement that is proposed for the LPAC master plan to the council officers.
Thank you again through the chair. So ordinarily we would undertake a range of engagement processes with the community at all of our aquatic centres. Just recently we've undertaken several engagement opportunities that occurred with a squads group down at LPAC. We had about 65 residents for that, and we had multiple engagements with some of our older adults for the various programs at LPAC and also at Ashfield. So those processes do take place. Obviously our COVID situation created difficulties around face-to-face engagement for some time. We're now in a position where we can commence doing face-to-face engagement. What we would propose is face-to-face engagement on a centre-wide basis, each centre sort of once per year, and then various other engagement processes that might take place with some of those various and more specific user groups, whether that's with our health and fitness users or our learn to swim users or our squads users, that we would engage them by face-to-face methods and surveys and other processes to gather their information about their needs and their wants and their desires and how we can improve those programs.
Okay, thanks for that. So that's addressed Councillor Scott's question. Councillor Shetty, do you wish to speak to the amendment? Okay, no problem. There's no further discussion on the amendment. I'll put the De Cruz Shetty amendment. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Support, I have 7 councillors. All those against? There are 8 against. That has been defeated. We'll go back to the primary motion. Are there any further amendments or anyone who wishes to speak against it? If not, I'll go to Councillor Drury for a right of reply. Waived. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Bays West, stage
Mr. Mayor,
1.
I'd like to move this with an amendment that should be on the screen shortly.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I'll ask the minute takers to display the amendment. And Councillor Smith, would you like to speak to
I
it?
will briefly. Look, this amendment really just seeks to bolster Council's recommendation in the submission around affordable housing. It also seeks to align Council's submission with that of Shelter New South Wales, which I'm sure everybody knows is one of the peak affordable housing advocacy groups within New South Wales. Their submission calls for a minimum 15% affordable housing levy on all residential, commercial and retail gross floor areas within the precinct. And it is really important that the levy extends beyond just residential to also include commercial and retail in order to maximise its impact. And I think this also aligns our submission with Council's adoption earlier this year of an affordable housing contribution scheme. I do echo the concerns and the disappointments of some of our speakers earlier tonight around affordable housing and really the failure of the Department of Planning to include any set targets or requirements for affordable housing in this draft strategy. It is a really big missed opportunity. And it will only further entrench the affordable housing crisis in Sydney and the Inner West in particular if we don't take this opportunity now to put in set targets around affordable housing. So I look forward to Council receiving a response to our submission, but I won't be holding my breath. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Smith. I'll just second your motion and speak very briefly to it. There are some really good elements within what is proposed by the government. I'll put a big caveat on that. This, I think, is the 5th iteration of plans for the Bays Precinct that I've been witness to. Councillor Stamoulis and I and Councillor Porteous before us have all seen year after year plans come forward from the state government for the revitalisation of the Bays Precinct, and the totality of them as yet is no progress at all. They did announce, I think in 2016, that they were going to make the Bays Precinct into Sydney's own Silicon Valley. They promised that they would bring Google there to create their headquarters. In the end, Google refused to come to the White Bay Power Station because the government wouldn't come to the party on providing a connection through the re-establishment of the Glebe Island Bridge between the CBD and the Inner West, or a ferry stop, or an extension of the light rail into the Bays Precinct. All very basic, active and public transport initiatives that were not supported by the government, and that's the reason that Google's not located there. There are some good elements in this plan, and in particular I want to speak to one, that creating the walkway, the continuous pedestrian path around the harbourside land that is proposed within the plan. That's an excellent idea and something that would be immediately used, would be popular, not just with people in the Inner West, but people across Sydney. I think it would rival the Bay Run for popularity in terms of a walking, cycling and running track. It's entirely government-owned land and could be delivered within months, if not years, but it could be done fairly rapidly if there was the political will. In the plans, the government is only proposing that we do that they would do that sometime in the next 5 years, at the back end of 5 years. That's not good enough. One of the problems with the way that they've been approaching the Bays Precinct is that they want to do the development first and the public benefits later. This is, at present, a very inaccessible area, precinct. And until you create opportunities for the public to actually get in there and use the space, then it's hard to progress any kind of vision for what is some of the most valuable and beautiful harbourside land in the world. So I would like to see, I strongly support Councillor Smith's motion, but I'm going to provide wording to the minute taker that would just step up our advocacy for that harbourside walk, because I think that's something that can be achieved as opposed to the various grandiose plans that we've seen before now. I also want to make clear, as is stated in the motion, that we don't support the plans in their current form. There is lots in there that the government could get on with if they wanted to work with us in partnership, a lot that could be achieved in the public interest, and I encourage Minister Stokes to take those things up. And I'll provide the wording for a further amendment on the pedestrian path to the minute takers. Further discussion, councillors, or further amendments? Councillor Stamoulis.
Again, a question through the chair, Mr. Mayor. In situations as we have here, where we've got quite a large precinct for development, I'd like to seek the advice of officers whether we should move towards an affordable housing levy, or or in fact an affordable housing target, which would be the most practical outcome for us and give us that certainly solid increase in affordable housing units. So it's whether or not we go in this situation with a big focus on a levy or a big focus on a target. Thank you.
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through the chair, the adopted affordable housing policy talks about a target of in government land at least 30% should be given to affordable housing. For private land, it's 15%.
Councillor Stamoulis, does that answer your question?
Not quite, because it depends on what our submission should be focusing on. Is it more about the levy or the target, or in fact both? Yeah.
I think
I'll put that question to the officer.
Through the chair, it's a focus on the target of a certain floor space.
Thank you for that. Councillor Stamoulis, did you have a further question?
I have a question, Mayor.
Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you. I wanted to ask the officers whether the minimum 15% affordable housing levy of floor space for residential, commercial and retail is greater than our 30% of residential target. Does it equal more, or is that?
I'll put that question to the officers.
Does that make sense? Sorry.
Was the last question rhetorical?
No.
Okay, does that make sense? I'll put that to the officers.
Through the chair, I'd have to take that question on notice. We don't have that specific information in front of us.
Thank you for that. Councillor Griffiths, do you have a further question? Not at this time?
Not at this stage.
Further amendments? Councillor Shetty.
Thank you. Yeah, if my amendments can just be brought up, I'm sorry, there's quite a few. The amendments aren't to the motion itself, but actually to the submission. I'd like to thank the planning team for putting this submission together. It is excellent. I just wanted to clarify, I'm seeking to strengthen some of the language in the submission, and I've discussed these amendments with the planning team who are comfortable that they're consistent with the current submission. So I'll just go through them. Is it easier if I go through them one by one?
I know there's been some discussion prior to the meeting. Maybe if the amendment is displayed on the screen, and then Councillor Smith, if I can ask you to consider whether you are comfortable dealing with all of Councillor Shetty's amendments as one amendment, or whether they're too complicated for that. So could I ask that if you provided them to the minute takers, Councillor Shetty, can I ask that they all be displayed?
Mr. Mayor, while Councillor Smith is considering her acceptance or otherwise of the multiple points before us, can I ask a question through you to the officers to confirm that Council's 30% of affordable housing target is already in our submission, and that the 15% levy is in addition to that?
Put that question to the officers.
Because that was our understanding.
Through the Mayor, the submission does talk to the 30% of all housing being provided as affordable housing.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, these amendments are quite complicated. I don't really see how they could be dealt with as one amendment. It's almost like Councillor Porteous is back on the council.
I don't appreciate that, Mayor. I've done a lot of work on this.
That was unnecessary. I apologise. Okay, Councillor Shetty, do you want to start with the First Amendment?
Yes. So the Inner West Council does not support this draft master plan in its current form.
I'll rule that is redundant, as those words are contained within the primary motion.
Okay, sorry, they must be in the new one. They weren't in the original. That's fine. That can be removed from my amendment.
That's okay. Do you want to move on to the next one?
Sure. Council sees the piecemeal approach of releasing each stage of the master plan separately as problematic, as it does not take into account the cumulative impacts of the project beyond stage one. This increases the risk of enabling inappropriate levels of development, favouring developers over local residents that would otherwise be rejected if considered in conjunction with neighbouring aspects of the same development. So just to speak to it, Council has flagged that there are already issues around the Robert Street precinct not being included in stage 1, even though that is part of that area. As an important stakeholder in this project and an advocate for the local community, it's sensible feedback to include that would now allow Council to better assess the cumulative impacts of the project in its entirety, and we therefore must advocate more strongly on the priorities that Council have identified as being the utmost importance.
Okay, I've just clarified with Councillor Smith, who's now been able to review the amendment in its entirety, that she's happy to deal with it as one amendment, but not happy to incorporate it into the primary motion. So I'll ask for Councillor Shetty to speak to that amendment, and we'll deal with the one amendment in its entirety.
Okay, sure. I guess I'm going to go through it bit by bit anyway. So each stage of the master plan that's released should have more accessible consultation, including face-to-face consultation. Currently, it's relied heavily on online engagement and has excluded wide sections of the local community. I think it's really important as an advocate for residents that we ensure that consultation is broad and accessible as possible, so everyone can engage on these important projects. Look, I'm happy to skip the next bit. I'm not even really sure why I'm bothering to speak, given that it's not going to be incorporated, but here we go. Council supports a draft master. This one's really important, and I think it's disappointing if this isn't going to be considered on its own or incorporated as in entirety, because there's some aspects that Councillor Smith might not be comfortable with. What it says in the submission about traffic and transport is that Council supports the draft master plan's aim to be a 5% ultra-low private vehicle environment, and that the modal hierarchy prioritises walking, riding, public transport, etc. I think what my amendment said was that Council notes that a 5% private vehicle mode share is unrealistic and unprecedented. This is really important because Council's own 2020 integrated transport strategy shows that 46% of people in the inner west travel by private car, and that approximately 70% of trips with a destination within the Balmain Peninsula are as a driver or passenger in a private vehicle. So modelling really needs to be undertaken to show the impact of realistic traffic projections, noting that even with the ultra-ambitious targets of both 5% and 15%, Transport for New South Wales 2040 traffic modelling shows unacceptable levels of congestion at intersections on Robert Street, Victoria Road, Robert Street and Mullen Street, and the Crescent and James Craig Road. Now, this impact doesn't only affect car users, but also public transport users, because the only means of disbursement from the metro station are on buses, which travel along these exact routes and through these exact intersections. So, this is a really important thing that we need to be pushing for, realistic transport studies, and I'm disappointed that it's being dismissed. I think too,
Sorry, Councillor Shetty, when you say dismissed, what are you referring to?
Well, that Councillor Smith wants to deal with the entire motion and not incorporate it. It's a very important point, and I'm disappointed that it's not going to be incorporated, because there may be issues with other aspects of it that Councillor Smith isn't comfortable with.
I don't think that Councillor Smith has said that. It's a very complex amendment, so I'll ask you, well, your time has expired. I'll move an extension of time of 1 minute. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Griffiths. All those in favour, against, declare that carried. Please proceed.
Another point that I think is really important is that Council does not support the proposed height of 22 stories, which is excessive. The scale will obscure the Heritage Power Station and impact the sightlines of the power station from Blackwater Bay. Additionally, traffic modelling has identified unacceptable traffic impacts that can be ameliorated by a reduction in density. So, there's some really important points in here. I would appreciate if they might be able to be dealt with separately, so that these things can be incorporated into the submission. I think that we have a really important role as advocates for our local community, and there are glaring issues within what is being planned by the state government and is going to have unacceptable impacts on our local area. And I think, we should not underestimate our power as an advocate for the community and as an important stakeholder when we're going to the state government with these submissions. We need to make sure that we are doing as much as we possibly can to try and strengthen the language and to make sure that there is clear information and that the state... Sorry, was that the minute? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're dealing with, it's seconded by Councillor Stamlis. Do you wish to speak to it?
I'd like to thank Councillor Shetty for that detailed work. I think she's identified some of the issues that do need a stronger focus and more clarification. certainly will have major impacts. Traffic will have a major impact on the Balmain Peninsula. That is a key area there. Robert Street, as Councillor Porteous and Councillor Shetty have said earlier tonight, Robert Street was absolutely ruled out for any cruise ship traffic. We need to enforce that very, very strongly. In fact, some things aren't coming out clearly in our submission, and I think, again, Councillor Shetty has focused on that and bringing them to the fore. They're within, some things are within, but they're not coming out strongly enough. Additionally, on the 30% housing target, affordable housing target, I will seek clarification afterwards, Mr Mayor, if it's possible, to understand what we're saying in this submission. One is apparently seeking money, and the other is seeking a commitment of affordable housing units, and both could potentially go into our submission. I'd like to see that clarified so that I'm aware of what we're actually asking for in terms of the affordable housing, because I'd prefer to support a target. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for that. We'll now put the amendment, the Shetty-Stamoulis amendment. All those in favour? All those against? That is 8-7 against. That has been defeated. We'll return to the primary motion. Are there any further amendments? If not, I'll go to Councillor Smith for a right of reply.
I'll waive that, Mr Mayor.
That is waived. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried unanimously, I presume.
Mayor,
that is unanimous. Next item.
May I move
item 15?
Item 15.
Councillor Drury.
Councillors, these suites of documents are about how we want to look after our community and our suburbs and how we want to improve them. Just as importantly, they're about how we're going to pay for it. They mainly focus on the next financial year, but they also show that we're planning for the future. I would like to sincerely thank the General Manager and all the directors who have worked so hard to get us where we are. And I'd particularly like to thank and highlight Daryl and Prue for the work that they've done to bring such a mountainous set of documents to us. Yes, there's a lot to read, there's a lot to get your head around, but the key issue here is they show how we can be a more ecologically sustainable inner west. They show how we can be more livable, connected neighbourhoods with better transport. They show how we're supporting our creative communities and having creative communities. They show how we can contribute to supporting healthy, resilient and caring communities, and how we can have responsive and effective local leadership. These documents also pick up on the agreed councillor priorities, which were a focus on Main Street, greener, healthier inner west, improved service to citizens, and more support for the arts and creative activities. The good news about all this is it's financially achievable. We can do it. We will spend $243.5 million operating our council to achieve these goals. We'll have a $176.3 million capital program, which focuses heavily on the renewal of our existing community assets and adds some new stuff, which is wonderful. And yes, we will have a deficit of $700K this year. That's mainly because the state government has not allowed us to increase rates by a level which would meet
Move an extension of 1 minute.
Councillor Sardoulias is moving an extension of time of 1 minute. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Stevens. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously.
So we'll have a deficit of 700k. We know why. State government.
Sorry, just momentarily I've committed that vote incorrectly. I'll recommit the vote on the extension of time. It was not unanimous. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? I'll note that Councillors De Cruz, Atkins, sorry, I'm going to have to recommit it again. It's taking more than the 1 minute at the extension of time because people won't put their hands up clearly. All those in favour of the extension of time, please raise your hands. So that includes everyone other than Councillors Langford, Atkins and De Cruz. All those against? Against are Councillors Atkins, Langford and De Cruz. That has been carried. Councillor Drury, please proceed.
Yep, we get a deficit. We know why. But the good news is we've actually got a plan to come back to that in the following year and the following years. Plans are outlined in these documents, along with the asset management plans, the draft workforce management plan that I think I'm also seeking to amend, am I? Is that amendment up there somewhere?
Ask you to continue with your remaining time.
Okay, so there is an amendment that will come before you. I think councillors should feel a great deal of pride at these documents and at this budget. This is a plan for us to look after our community well and to seek to improve stuff for our communities and suburbs.
Mr.
Thank you, Councillor Drury. Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor D'Arienzo?
Waived.
Waived. No need to speak. Amendments to the motion or anyone who wishes to speak against it. Councillor Atkins?
I have an amendment, thank you. We get that up on the screen. Just to reflect the comments made by one of the speakers this evening about people of different abilities, I'd like us to note that every action in the operational plan needs to take account of the diverse nature and abilities of our community.
I would like to second that amendment by Councillor Atkins and also to include it in the amendment that I am moving above. Thank you. In red.
So is the amendment in red what's moved by Councillor Drury, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, so I assume it's part of the primary motion. Is that correct? Okay. And Councillor Scott is seconding the amendment from Councillor Atkins, which is also incorporated. Well, I'll just check. Is that incorporated into the primary motion as well? That's incorporated. Further amendments? There's no further amendments. Councillor Howard.
Sorry, can I just seek clarification that the amendment previously provided to the workforce management strategy is also included here, or is that a further amendment?
I'll put that as a question to the officers. Can I seek clarification about the question? Okay. Any further amendments? Councillor Stamoulis.
Again, some questions, Mr. Mayor. We're referring on numerous occasions to over $170 million of capital expenditure. Now, I've looked in here in the documents. Now, I can't find the relevant table here, but I have read it that, in fact, it is probably about half that amount of capital expenditure, or maybe slightly around about that much. Can I just seek that number to be clarified before I ask my second question? Thank you.
I'll put that question to the officers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The capital expenditure also includes the purchase of the commercial property that we're to improve our operational revenue.
That address your question, Councillor Stamoulis?
So that's to clarify. Therefore, capital expenditure and renewal, excluding the building, would be around about what value?
Minus 80 of that.
Yeah.
But you've got to remember, capital expenditure isn't just renewal, it's renewal in asset management.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. Further amendments?
The second question?
Yes, Councillor Stamoulis.
Look, we we never get to the nub of what scenario 1 and scenario 2 is all about when we're adopting the long-term financial plan. I wonder if the relevant director could just give us a bit more of a feel for what the key differences are between scenario 1 and scenario 2. From what it appeared to me, the ratios for addressing the infrastructure backlog appeared to be more robust in scenario 2 rather than 1. But I'll let the relevant director advise us on that. But if you could just give us a couple of the key principles or the key differences between scenario 1 and 2, and whether or not I'm correct in that reading of the infrastructure backlog ratio, I'll be grateful. Thank you.
Put that question to the officers.
Through the chair. Scenario 1 is business as usual, plus all the additional capital expenditure, as well as activities for the new financial year and the new term, the 10-year long-term financial plan. Scenario 2 is the same thing, but what we add to that is clearing the backlog, the asset renewal backlog within the 10 years of the term of the long-term financial plan.
Okay, thank you for that. If there's no further questions or amendments, I'll go to Councillor Drury for a right of reply.
In terms of the long-term financial plan. Scenario 1 includes 110% single ratio, which will slowly get us to address the issue of the backlog in terms of the infrastructure. Scenario 2 gets us to do that much quicker, but with a lot more pain. The issue about looking after all of our existing assets is a complicated and issue, not just for the council, but for all of us. There is no council that could, hand on heart, without some accountancy fee, adopt a scenario 2 and continue to offer the same services and facilities as we're currently doing. What we could do is get rid of a whole lot of assets. One of the big problems is a lot of our assets are back closed in order to do roads in this day and age. So it does go to the issue, and there are major issues in terms of the way local government has been set up, the failure of both the federal and state government to actually assist us to meet the obligations and the needs we have in our community. So we accept that. What we do is we move on to actually address the issue of backlog by having that 110% ratio there. I'd just like to say that this budget does give us much. If we have some proposals in the next year, great ideas about how we can spend more money, and what we need to look at where that money is going to come from, or except that we're adding to a deficit. Not something I think we want to do if we want to move back into surplus in the near future. I commend the document I think is done.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll now put the motion for the adoption of the budget, the community strategic plan, and the delivery program, and the workforce management strategy, and asset management strategy. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against, declare that carried unanimously.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move we adopt the investment report item 16. I waive my right to speak, and I'd like to suggest that if there were questions, they could have been asked beforehand.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the motion? seconded by Councillor Lockie. Do you wish to speak to it? There's no one who wishes to speak to it. I'll put that motion. Councillor Stamoulis.
At the last meeting, I saw a reconciliation of the internal funds, external funds and working capital. You might recall they came to around about, if I recall last meeting, I don't have the document in front of me, it was something like about 350 million in total, but our investments were sitting there at about 245 or thereabouts. So there was a gap of about 105 million, more or less. So I'm wondering whether or not we've identified what that is and whether we can explain to councillors what those three categories are in those tables, if they overlap a little bit, whether they're what's in and what's out of the investment pool, and certainly what's out of the investment pool, where is it? I'll put that question to the council officers.
Through the chair. So the difference is, so at the moment we've got externally restricted, which is section 7.11 and 12. Internally restricted, which is money that's put aside, such as the $80 million for the investment from sale of time container, that kind of stuff. The ELE's in there. There's other restrictions, and then the working funds. So that's your day-to-day working cash available. That's the breakdown on page 1350 at the bottom of the page. And we always hold money within the bank account for the day-to-day operations. We also restricted under our investment policy only to invest in non-fossil fuel investments and socially responsible investments. That's not freely available in the market at the moment. So we are looking for the best investments within those two categories, in order to make investments so that we don't go over our policy or outside of policy.
Any further questions? Councillor De Cruz.
Yeah, I think we discussed the T Corp before, the green bonds. Have you got any update on that?
So currently we hold $5 million with T Corp, and at the moment their offering is not fantastic, to put it bluntly, and interest rates are going up, as we know, so we're waiting for more green itself, other than T Corp, to be able to offer us something.
Thank you for that. Any further questions? If not, I'll move the adoption of the recommendation, moved by Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Lockie. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Item 17, Camdenville Park, upgrade recommencement.
Mr Mayor, that was moved on block.
Thank you. Item 18, King George Park Priority Community Improvement Project. Happy to move the recommendation, noting that we've already adopted the relevant provisions in adopting the plan of management. Councillor Drury. Seconded by Councillor Drury. Assume that issue's already been ventilated. I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. We're on to the motions. First motion, item 19, 40-kilometre speed limits. Councillor Lockie.
Thanks. I'll move the motion with some minor amendments as circulated earlier today. With just a few minor wording changes and an additional point 4D that I believe Councillor De Cruz will speak to imminently. So in the last term of council, we endorsed our integrated transport strategy, which included Inner West at 40 as a key project to make all our local roads in our LGA 40 kilometres an hour and look at 30 kilometres an hour where appropriate. I'm really proud this is one of the key projects in our strategy. The safer speeds on local roads will deliver big benefits for everyone in our community. Transport for New South Wales gave its in-principle support for this, and those of us who were on the last council might remember that we received a briefing from their staff at the end of 2020 about how they plan to work with council to roll this out. However, progress has since stalled for reasons that are unclear. I've been advised by staff that Transport for New South Wales has cited budget shortfalls as a reason for the delay, but this seems fairly disingenuous when you consider this is a relatively low-cost safety intervention for the New South Wales Government, particularly in comparison to the billions they're dropping in our area on projects like WestConnex. The delay has also led to some missed opportunities. For example, in my ward, in Darwin-Stanmore ward, we have a strange situation where Transport for New South Wales recently implemented 40 kilometres an hour on Enmore Road and King Street, but left the residential side streets unchanged. And I've had queries from residents about why people can turn off these main streets and speed up when they get past their houses ever since. Given council staff have consistently been chasing this up with their counterpart at Transport for years now with no movement, I'm proposing we escalate this to the Minister so we can roll out Inner West at 40, and I commend the motion to you.
Thank you for that. Councillor De Cruz?
Yes, I'd like to thank Councillor Lockie for bringing this motion to council because I note the frustration from the staff for having nothing actually happening in this area, despite it being approved by Transport for New South Wales. And I don't know if the office can scroll up to see section, I guess, the substance of the motion, which is to write to the Minister for Metropolitan Roads to request the progress on these projects. And in particular, I guess I'd like to talk about the Haberfield high pedestrian activity area. It's quite surprising that it's one of the few main streets in our municipality that doesn't have a 40k lower limit. And in fact, in 2019, there's a letter from the Department of Transport saying that they were implementing it. And now it's 2022, and this hasn't happened yet. And further to that, of course, this is a community which has been absolutely trashed by WestConnex, and so I think it's high time that this project did get done. The communities that recently approached the ward councillors about improving the main street and introducing 40k would go a long way to doing that. And I believe officers already submitted a feasibility study to the Department of Transport on the Haberfield high pedestrian activity area. So once again, I'd like to thank Councillor Lockie for bringing this motion to council, and I commend it to everybody to vote for it. Thank you.
Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Item 20, DA info sessions. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. So I'd like to start by saying thank you to the Director of Planning and her DA leadership team for their enthusiasm in developing a structured and organised approach to engaging with the community around planning matters. At the heart of my motion, we are seeking to improve our engagement with the community and help to explain and demystify the DA process, which is often legalistic and complex. We want to see engagement early in the process and facilitate a timely sharing of information about the application. We will introduce a range of strategies to explore what works best for our community. And just briefly, I'll mention a couple of these. We will hold information sessions for DAs that are to be determined by the Sydney East City Planning Panel and at the Director's discretion for other DAs with widespread impacts. Information sessions will be run by council officers, and details for the information session will be included in the initial neighbourhood notification letter, along with the contact details for a council officer within the planning team. By introducing these information sessions, we want the community to be informed about the details of the application and the process of assessment and determination. We've proposed a range of options to explore these information sessions, which may include larger face-to-face meetings, customer service stalls, and online meetings. A combination of different methodologies will be trialled and assessed for greater success. Lastly, we are introducing lunch and learn sessions on the DA process for applicants and for submissions by community members. These will be held monthly and online, so interested community members can engage without taking time off work or inconveniencing their families. We will put in place this trial for 12 months with a report back to council to measure our success. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Seconded by Councillor Howard. Do you wish to speak to it?
Away.
Okay. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion or to amend it?
Yeah, I guess I'd like to ask a question
Yep.
of the officers and then perhaps propose amendment if it needs to be. I note you've actually mentioned just a DA because it's been brought to the community's attention that recently a planning proposal has been approved by the state government to do with in Annandale, there at the corner of Bridge Road and Parramatta Road, and I wondered if, it has been approved by I think the Eastern City Planning Panel. Are you aware of that one at all?
Sorry, Councillor Cruz.
So what I'm trying to ask is, when you say DAs, can it be planning proposals as well?
Okay, I'm going to treat that as a question, but it did start with a speech. So I'll put the question to the council officer, and then I'll come back to clarify whether you're asking questions or whether you're speaking to the item. I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Chair, it's possible that we could extend an arrangement such as this to all matters that were to be considered by the planning panel if that was the desire of the council.
So I would put that to you. You accepting that as a...
Sorry, accepting what?
What the officer just said, to expand the DAs to...
No. If you're proposing an amendment, Councillor De Cruz...
I'm negotiating with the
I'll ask
mover.
you to
Point of
outline-
order. Put your amendment.
Okay, Councillor De Cruz, I'll ask you to submit an amendment to the minute takers if you wish, but the Deputy Mayor cannot be asked to guess what your amendment is and to determine whether she would accept it or not. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak against the motion? If not, I will go to the mover of the motion for a right of reply.
Wait.
Waived. Okay, I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Sorry, Councillor De Cruz, we're not in a position to be sitting around all night waiting for you to draft amendments. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Item 21, WestConnex St Peters Interchange. Councillor Lockie.
Thank you. The saga of the world's worst park continues. On the last term of council, we took the position that we should not take responsibility for managing the so-called parkland at the WestConnex St Peters Interchange site, which Transport for New South Wales was pushing us to do at the time, due to the very high likelihood of ongoing contamination at the former landfill. And we also called for an independent investigation into that potential contamination at the time. However, unbeknownst to us, when we passed that resolution, the Environmental Protection Authority had already required Transport for New South Wales to carry out a lot more investigation and work before the EPA could guarantee that the open space around the toll road was not a public health hazard. On top of this, on February 14 this year, the EPA received an application to vary the pollution licence so that remediation works could be carried out to repair a section of the toll road there. Council has not been told or briefed about any of this by Transport for New South Wales. And given that there are literally thousands of people who live or work or travel past that site every day, I think it's appalling that we in our community have been kept in the dark about a matter of potentially serious public health and safety like this. So I'm calling for Council to receive an urgent briefing on the issue from Transport for New South Wales, from all of the above, for us to write again to the Premier and relevant ministers to insist that any reports about the contamination issues be shared with us, that the EPA take action on any breaches of licensing conditions that are occurring at the site to protect our local community, and for us to seek confirmation that the New South Wales Government and the relevant agencies will stop trying to push responsibility for the site onto Council and work with us to deliver the actual parkland and community space they promised us as compensation for the impact of WestConnex.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to second.
Councillor Howard, do you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And look, thank you to Councillor Lockie for bringing this motion and for her continued advocacy on this issue. So, when is a park not a park? The answer, it would seem, is when it's a reclaimed garbage dump, cleft into pieces by polluting toll road spaghetti junction that intermittently burps explosive methane. Councillors will remember that the contractors responsible for the site pleaded guilty to causing serious harm to nearby residents when they failed to properly manage toxic pollutants at the site, resulting in the horrific odours that emanated during construction. Councillors will also know that after years of trying to foist responsibility for the so-called park on the inner west, the EPA ordered Transport for New South Wales to undertake a series of hazard assessments to determine the risk to the environment and to human health. Pollution licences have been amended to allow for further costly remediation. As Councillor Lockie has argued, it is utterly unacceptable that these reports have not been shared with Council or made available to residents. This is yet more secrecy and more contempt from Transport for New South Wales, the New South Wales Liberal Government and WestConnex, who have ripped through our inner west suburbs with zero regard for residents or our communities. St Peters residents are owed an explanation. They deserve every assurance that the Transport for New South Wales owned land in their suburb will not impact their health and the health of their children and loved ones, and they are owed a park that they can actually use. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Howard. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion or to speak against it? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Item 22, lighting up Dulwich Hill Skate Park. Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I have some amendments to this proposal. It's going to become a 3-point proposal. If they could be brought on screen, that would be great. So I'm accepting that motion. Yeah. So to speak to that, whenever I ask residents what could be improved about Jack Shanahan Reserve and the skate park, they say, well, maybe people want to skate after 5:30 p.m. in winter. And I think this is a very reasonable thing to be able to skate in Dulwich Hill. And there's also very common feedback that people do not feel very safe walking through what is a very, very dark area of the park. And since the lights were removed around 20 years ago, coming up to, there was previous lights there removed by Marrickville Council at the time, the area's really changed. One, we have a light rail station, which really activates the space, and soon we'll have an entry into the Greenway, which is another site of activation. On the other side of the railway track, we might have a community square as part of some of the works that we're doing in Dulwich Hill and redeveloping that area near the station. So I think it's going to be a site of more activity, and I think we need to make sure that our community facilities are accessible to everyone. And I think there is also the opportunity to investigate retrofitting the current light poles which are there. And I had an impromptu site visit with the Director of Infrastructure to show them the lights, which was a pleasure. And I really welcome the amendments put by Deputy Mayor D'Arienzo. And I hope we can take this forward.
Do I take your amendment and its incorporation as indication of your willingness to second the motion?
Yes, please.
Do you wish to speak to it?
Just briefly. This is in my neck of the woods. I'm very familiar with the walk from Dully Station, train station, or the light rail through Jack Shanahan to connect over to that Terrace Road side of Dulwich Hill. I support Councillor Griffith's motion to improve the lighting at the skate park and extend the hours of use for skaters. Activating the park at dark will make this a safer space. I also welcome the opportunity to investigate the lighting of the pathways through Jack Shanahan Reserve and look at measures to improve safety. The amendments that I've proposed that have been incorporated into this motion include an investigation into the lighting along that pedestrian path, looking at a lighting test to measure the existing lighting levels and performance, and to conduct, in consultation with the New South Wales Police, to conduct an assessment which includes reviewing the current lighting lux levels within the park. Consultation with local members suggests that people often, when exiting the train station, make a decision about whether they feel safe enough making their way through that park, and that will depend on whether other people are exiting and travelling along with them, or whether they will take the longer route and move along the main road, along Bordell Road, and then snake back through the residential streets. Where I see the opportunity here is if we are improving the lighting and seeking to activate the space with people present by utilising the skate park, then I can see that there will be safety measures will be improved for the space. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion or to amend it? Councillor
Very.
Not to do either of those things, but just to ask a question, if I may,
Yes.
because there wasn't advice on the in the papers. Just in relation to the bringing forward of the $200,000, what is that likely to be drawn from? Like it says, the park upgrades capital works budget, but do we know what specific projects would be likely to be drawn from?
I'll put that to the officers.
Excuse my delay. Yeah, so if it's brought forward from 23-24, that's doable because there's money that's not yet allocated because 24 is specific park projects, but it's money that we know we spend every year on parks, so that's from that.
Councillor Lockie, does that address your question?
It does, thank you.
Okay. I'll go to Councillor Griffiths for a right of reply.
Sorry, Mayor, just before the right of reply, I would like to add 2 words, just to it. On the subject to community engagement, after that, I would like to say reported to council.
Okay.
And I'll waive my right of reply.
Excellent. Okay. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Item 23, Inner West Pride Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you also sincerely to Councillors Atkins, D'Arienzo and Councillors Lockie, to staff and to the members of the LGBTIQ working group. Each of you has really offered invaluable advice and feedback with this motion, and I'm really grateful for it. I also acknowledge the long-standing support for this project from the majority of councillors in the past term of council, as well as from previous members of the LGBTIQ working group too, who might not currently be on a member of the group. This has been a long-standing project with a lot of investment and time and passion from a lot of people over a long time. Over the past 2 years, staff have been working diligently to progress the vision of an Inner West Pride Centre, particularly as work is also gathering pace to assist the Newtown Neighbourhood Centre in realising their plan to relocate from Newtown Town Hall to the Tom Foster Centre. With that move drawing closer and World Pride right around the corner, now is the time to bring together the work that has been done and to work with our community to realise this groundbreaking project. This motion seeks to provide further opportunities for collaboration and for engagement, bringing together councillors, staff and the community to frame what the Pride Centre will be and how it will serve the needs of the LGBTIQ community whilst also, crucially, retaining community access. It charts a course to foster progress on this long-standing project, which has always been about recognising the value and the contribution of our LGBTIQ community here in the Inner West, and to helping support and build capacity for LGBTIQ residents and community organisations. I'm proud to belong to a council with such significant LGBTIQ representation, and know that by working together, we can realise the potential of this project and give LGBTIQ people across the Inner West a place to connect, socialise, organise, and dream of even bigger things to come. I commend the motion.
Thank you for that. Councillor Langford is the Councillor Atkins is the seconder. Do you wish to speak to it?
Just very briefly, just to say that it's a delight to be able to work across council on matters relating to LGBTIQ plus issues. This motion not only reaffirms a commitment to the Pride Centre, which gives our community all the things that Councillor Howard has just mentioned, but it ensures that the working group, the World Pride Committee, will be coordinated with this committee to ensure the best result possible and to take account of the importance of the Newtown Town Hall to our broader community and to ensure that that's not ignored. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Item 24, Tech Central Camperdown Node West Connects dive site. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. Although it's a relatively small part of the world, the group of suburbs comprising Camperdown, Annandale, Newtown, Stanmore and Forest Lodge are home to a cluster of Australia's leading universities, medical and research institutes, including the University of Sydney, RPA and its associated laboratories and institutions. Given this unique co-location, Camperdown has long been identified as a key node to grow Australia's burgeoning medtech sector and medical research capabilities. The New South Wales Government's 20-year R&D roadmap, released last month, highlights the importance of medtech to the New South Wales economy, contributing about $2 billion per year, currently employing around 7,000 people, and contributing substantially to the national economy at about $4.8 billion annually. This is projected to reach $18 billion and add a further 28,000 jobs by 2025. But it's not just about the dollar figures. The COVID-19 crisis highlighted the importance of biotechnology, research and development in supporting our health sector and ensuring our domestic capabilities in the event of global supply chain shortages. For that reason, it's critical that Council works proactively and in partnership with an alliance of the universities, TAFEs, New South Wales Health Infrastructure and the Local Health District, and the City of Sydney to advocate to the New South Wales Government on the importance of investing in this area to create an innovation precinct for biotech and advanced manufacturing. The 11,700 square kilometre WestConnex dive site, bordered between Parramatta Road, Mallet Street and Piedmont Bridge Road in Camperdown, is a prime opportunity to begin work on the innovation precinct with the establishment of a biotechnology hub. Following completion of WestConnex construction works by early next year, the site can be made available for redevelopment, and this motion calls on Council to actively collaborate with the Tech Central Alliance to ensure the site is retained in public ownership and used for specialist employment as part of the vision of the innovation precinct. This will see a site which was originally created as part of WestConnex, which caused significant disruption to the inner west community, instead transformed into an area of significant benefit to the community through the creation of new jobs for the future, economic growth and addition of substantial value to health infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you for that. The seconder for the motion is the Deputy Mayor. Do you wish to speak to it? That's waived. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion or to amend it? Councillor De Cruz.
I think the dive site is in Annandale, not in Camperdown, the one you're talking about. So I propose that amendment, which I've sent through to the minute takers, that be amended to be the dive site in Annandale, which is, it's incorrect. There's no dive site in Camperdown.
Can I just put a question through the chair to confirm that?
That question to the officers.
Through the chair, the Camperdown dive site is in the suburb of Annandale, but the reference to Camperdown refers to the wider Tech Central node, which incorporates a lot of different suburbs, including Forest Lodge, Camperdown, Annandale, Newtown and Stanmore.
Just to clarify, point 3 reads, advocate to the state government that Transport for New South Wales own WestConnex dive site in Camperdown, and that should read dive site in Annandale be retained.
Councillor Smith, it's a substantive question. Would you like to incorporate the amendment or debate it for a while? Okay, that's incorporated. Thank you. Valuable contribution. Any further amendments? No further amendments. I'll go to Councillor Smith. Do you wish to make a right of reply on Annandale? Waived. Put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Item 25, Councillor Shetty.
Thank you. So this motion deals with the beautification of Railway Parade in Annandale. I'd like to thank Peter for taking the time to come to Council today, to speak online rather, to this motion today. The residents of Annandale, particularly down in Railway Parade and in Pritchard Street, have been enormously impacted by WestConnex. Burrawan Park was mostly destroyed to make way for a really massive tollway flyover that most of you may have seen if you drive through that neck of the woods. There's an enormous overpass bridge, which is a feat of over-engineering and large enough to drive a truck over, which is meant to be designed for bicycles. And it has had an enormous impact on the area, loss of tree canopy, loss of other plants, and arguably a loss of what was once a really lovely and peaceful street. It's hard to overstate the impacts to this really lovely part of Annandale. Now, I see this motion as the beginning of a beautification plan that seeks to get back for the community some of what was lost. A native planting schedule can connect existing wildlife corridors and contribute to Council's blue-green grid strategy. The report seeks to understand existing maintenance as a means to improving the upkeep and amenity of that area. And with such a dearth of open green space, there is a real opportunity here, although it's quite small, to improve what remains of Burrawan Park to be enjoyed by the community into the future. And I really hope that Council will support it.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Shetty. I'm very happy to second the motion. Thank you for bringing it here. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion or to amend it? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Item 26, audit of council venues.
I'd like to start again by thanking council staff for Ruth Callaghan and the team Callaghan for putting working with the Sydney Fringe and Mayor Byrne to put on the Arts Summit a couple of weeks ago. It was excellent to attend, really nice to connect further with the arts sector, and I was very appreciative of the opportunity to listen to the challenges that sector has faced over the last couple of years. I really look forward to seeing the broader arts strategy that comes out of that in August. I'd also like to thank both Jonathan Biggins from the Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance and Lisa Tatman from My Kind Co for speaking in support of this motion. They've reinforced the importance of council understanding where we are at with council spaces that may be underutilised or that are simply sitting empty, of which there are some, and what we might be able to do to activate them into the future. What was clear when listening to the local artists, producers, venue operators and others at the summit was that there was a resounding need for space in the inner west in which to create, rehearse, exhibit and perform. This current crisis for space goes far beyond housing and is being felt keenly in our LGA. I have amended my motion slightly to add an additional point after having it pointed out to me today that there may be an existing audit of council venues from 2019 kicking around. If we do have this information, I think that it's excellent. It will be really useful to reflect on what use of these venues was prior to COVID and what the current levels are. Whilst that 2019 information is incredibly useful, it does not sufficiently inform what the current state of affairs is with these venues 3 years later and with a massive COVID disruption in the interim. We need current information to inform the arts strategy. What was also clear is that we don't have time to waste. The arts sector has been in crisis for 2 years and counting, delaying an audit report for months that is seeking critical information and not committing to anything specific prior to receiving the broader arts strategy is simply a waste of time. If we understand the current state of council-operated venues, it will only strengthen the arts strategy and what the possibilities are to be considered by council in future deliberations to support the arts.
What is the amendment on the screen that's different from the tabled motion?
I've just added a second point, which I had sent through to the minute takers. My apologies, it doesn't appear to be up yet.
Yeah.
The second point is in addition to what was already there, that council share a 2019 audit of council venues with councillors comparing current levels of use to pre-COVID levels to understand the impact that COVID has had on the use of council properties.
Thank you.
Briefly, Mr Mayor, I'd also ask where council is up to with the update of the land and property register, which I believe would allow us to fill in a gap in information. Thank you.
I don't think that could be claimed to be relevant to the motion, so I'll rule that is not relevant. And I ask whether you wish to speak to the motion as opposed to posing a question that the question is not relevant. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion or to amend it?
Mayor, I just
Councillor
have
Smith. Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Mayor. I will speak against it. I do want to acknowledge the good intentions behind this motion, inspired by the hugely successful Arts Recovery Summit earlier this month, as well as the very positive reception in the media to the conversion of Marrickville Town Hall into a multicultural and live music hub initiated by Councillor Howard, and I'm looking forward to that project coming to fruition. But two issues with this motion. First of all, I note that this work has in fact already been done. It was moved by the last council in September 2019, initiating a 6-week expression of interest process to identify opportunities for better community use of council venues. So while I'm very glad that current Greens councillors have come on board with the bid to improve the community use of our majestic town halls, rather than reinventing the wheel and creating additional work for staff, I would just encourage councillors to review that report that was conducted or completed in 2019 instead. I note at the time that it was described in the Sydney Morning Herald as a property fire sale. and a bid by Labor councillors to flog off council assets to developers by the Greens member for Balmain, Jamie Parker. And some councillors at the time suggested that it would actually prevent public and community use for decades. So it's great to see that we've passed that stage of thinking anyway. The other point that I want to make in opposing this motion is just in regards to process. The clearly stated intention of the summit, and I quote from the original notice of motion, was with the aim of producing an Inner West arts and music recovery plan with specific actions to be undertaken by local, state and federal government, as well as the business community and relevant peak bodies. So the commitment out of the summit was always to produce a comprehensive, integrated report that operates as a blueprint for the sector's recovery for council to review, consult on and advocate around. And I'm advised that this report is due to be tabled in August, which I would note preempts the September date called for in this motion. So I'm very much looking forward to receiving and reviewing that report in detail. And while I'm sure that every single one of us who participated in the summit was very inspired by the ideas and suggestions that we heard on the day, I'm just concerned from a process perspective that this motion undermines that commitment to process and to genuine and ongoing consultation with industry leaders and stakeholders as we seek to implement and advocate on the recommendations of the report. Rather than a piecemeal approach of councillors bringing individual notices of motion to council based on their interpretations out of the summit, I'm really looking forward to working across council and with all stakeholders to implement the Inner West Council blueprint out of the arts sector once that report is finalised and brought to council. Thank you.
Hear, hear, Councillor Smith.
Thanks very much for that. Is there anyone else who would like
Mayor?
to amend the motion?
I would like
Councillor
to
Griffiths?
ask a question
Yep.
by you to the officers. First, just to clarify that there is an existing report from 2019, an existing audit report. And secondly, does that audit report only talk about the town halls, but also include smaller venues?
Okay, I'll put that question to the officers. Can I suggest that you take a question on notice if you don't have an answer to it right now? Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. Councillor, question to you. We recently participated in a photo together at the Summer Hill Depot, and the identification of that site for the use by the Bower and as a sustainability centre came through the process that Councillor Smith has alluded to, which was opposed by the Greens at the time and described as a fire sale of property assets. Do you now support that use, which was identified through the process that the Greens opposed?
Well,
Objection. I think you're putting words into the new councillor's mouth which were not
I'm afraid
actually
we're not in
there.
a court of law. I am entitled to pose a question to the councillor under the Code of Meeting
I
Practice.
think you're verbling the councillor.
Which I've done
Point
so
of order,
respectfully.
Councillor De Cruz is misrepresenting
well,
the mayor.
I think it's a very
point of
strange,
order.
a very strange question, considering I'm asking about the existence of an audit report, and I'm yet to hear about the actual nature of that audit report. So to ask me a question in that context, where I clearly do not have the information about previous decisions of this matter, frankly, Mayor, is quite odd.
Okay, well, let me sharpen it up a little bit. Councillor Shetty, the Greens, including the state member for Balmain, opposed any lease of a town hall, which is what's now occurred with the Sydney Fringe Festival. You've spoken warmly about the Sydney Fringe Festival's role in the summit. Do you now support the Sydney Fringe Festival's lease of Marrickville Town Hall?
I think we're conflating here a different issue, which was that, and I would say that I think it's dubious that what happened before
Councillor
was
Shetty,
an
I'm
audit
afraid-
in the same frame of what I'm
Councillor Shetty,
asking
I'm-
for.
I'm afraid
If you're going to ask me inflammatory questions like this, I'm happy to
Councillor
respond, but
Shetty,
you need
I'll
to
call
allow
you
me
to
to
order.
respond.
Councillor Shetty, I'll call you to order. You have tabled a motion that is in relation to the use of town halls for artistic purposes.
It's not actually about the use of town halls, it's about more broadly.
Shetty, I'll call you to order.
Councillor Shetty is being argumentative.
Thanks,
That is,
Pip.
that is true.
Thanks, Pip.
Councillor Shetty, I'll call you to order. As you're aware, or you should be, under the Code of Meeting Practice, I'm allowed to pose a respectful question that is relevant to the matter. You've proposed an audit of council properties and town halls for artistic purposes. It is true to say that there was a significantly highly funded campaign against exactly that use, and I'm simply asking whether you now support the use of Marrickville Town Hall by the Sydney Fringe Festival.
So what I'm suggesting is that your question is underpinned by some dubious claims, and that what the Greens were actually
Sorry,
opposing.
Councillor Shetty, I'm afraid under the Code of Meeting Practice, you're not able to make a second speech. You don't have to answer the
I
question.
have no intention to make a speech. I'd like to answer the question that you've
You're
posed.
not answering the question, Councillor Shetty. I'll ask you to desist. It's a simple yes or no answer. If you don't wish to give the answer, that's fine.
It's not a simple yes or no.
Okay, I'll
It's
ask you
beyond
to
that.
desist from interjecting.
Sure.
I'll try one more time. Do you support the Sydney Fringe Festival being located at Marrickville Town Hall?
I support the use of council properties for the arts.
Thanks for that. There's no further amendments. I'll go to Councillor Shetty for a right of reply.
I'd like to just say that what I think has been discussed as the Greens' position on these earlier uses of town halls and other public spaces is what I believe to be misrepresented. What was concerning to the Greens at the time was an audit of town halls and depots that had the possibility of long-term leases that could have been up to 100 years, therefore actually preventing community use, and that is what the Greens opposed. So I just want to make that clear that that's a different issue to what I'm suggesting here. I think we have a tendency here to talk about just the town halls, and there are several smaller venues, little cottages and other small council venues that need to be considered. And I am keen to see this 2019 report, if it actually exists, and to understand if it's, I mean, I'd argue that it's insufficient being pre-COVID to really demonstrate what the use of our council venues are currently. So I think, you know, knowledge is power, and I would just reiterate that there's nothing lost by undertaking the audit. I think, you know, it's easy to say that we're jumping the gun, but the loss of a couple of months on an audit that can feed into the strategy and only strengthen what council might be able to do to support the arts is incredibly disappointing that it's not going to be supported. It's not controversial, and I really would hope that the entire council, if they really do care for the arts, would support an audit that gives us important knowledge that will help us to do a better job of supporting the arts going forward.
Now put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? That has been defeated. 8 votes to 7. Next item, artist wage.
I move the motion.
You wish to speak to it?
I do. I can see where this is going, but I still wish to speak. I would like to congratulate everyone concerned on the successful Arts Crisis Summit. A great idea from Labor, I acknowledge, well executed by staff. Thank you very much. It was fantastic to sit with artists and those who run venues, studios, schools, and hear from them what the issues are around their recovery post-COVID lockdowns and slowdowns, and what potential solutions are. This is the way to do policy. While I appreciate that a report will be coming to Council in August on the results of the summit, I can only echo the words of the Sydney Fringe CEO, Kerry Glasscock, in closing the summit, that where there are low-hanging fruit, we should deal with them ASAP. It was very clear at the summit that there's significant support for some sort of fixed income for artists. This is obviously not something that Council can implement, but can certainly advocate for it at a national level. There are precedents overseas for such a thing, both in France, where there's been something similar for those involved in live performance, film and audiovisual sectors since as long ago as 1936, and in Ireland, where they've just commenced a 3-year pilot scheme for practicing artists, creative arts workers and recently trained artists. Feedback to me from artists at the summit and since has been that some form of fixed income support, particularly for new and emerging artists, would make a significant difference to their lives. They're asking for advocacy from Council, a council which talks about its LGA being the living, beating heart of creativity. We now have a federal government that has appointed not just a Minister for the Arts, but a special envoy for the arts, who stated it was with dismay that I saw the previous government ignore the needs of the sector during COVID, when these are the artists, performers, musicians and crew who so willingly step up for the community in times of crisis to help raise funds for bushfire and flood victims, but who were themselves abandoned. Let's ask those government ministers and the federal government to recognise that arts practice is a legitimate occupation and that art is important to us all and should be fostered by advocating for a fixed income scheme for artists.
I'll second that. Thank you, Mayor. And I do definitely think that this is an area that requires advocacy, because who can forget that only 2 months ago, when the federal government was announcing its approach to JobSeeker, that they refused to increase any income support in that manner. So I think in terms of a fixed income support for artists, a new income support scheme, I think we are going to need some advocacy, unfortunately, and I think that the Inner West is well placed to do so.
Amendments? Councillor Stamos.
I'll be supporting this in the general spirit of this motion. I would prefer item 3, and I'll leave it up to Councillor Atkins to consider immediately that council immediately commences advocacy at the federal government level for the investigation of income support schemes for artists. I'd prefer that wording, but if not, I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Atkins, do you wish to incorporate Councillor Stammel's amendment?
No, because Councillor Stamos, I believe that advocating for the introduction of a fixed income support scheme will include the investigation.
That's not incorporated. Councillor Stamos has indicated that he doesn't wish to put the amendment to a vote. Is that correct, Councillor Stamos? Okay. Are there any further amendments? Does anyone wish to speak against it?
Mayor, I'll speak against it.
Councillor Smith?
Once again, acknowledging the good intentions behind this motion inspired from the Arts Summit. And I note that it was a policy that was taken to the federal election by the Greens. But once again, I'm just concerned about council preempting the outcomes and recommendations from the report that staff are currently preparing out of the summit to be tabled at the August meeting. And I once again feel, I know it's very easy for us at this level to bring motions to council, to pass them and to feel like that is making progress and taking real action, but I am concerned when we're talking about advocacy, when we're talking about real action for the sector, particularly now, as this motion notes, that we have an opportunity at the federal government level. It is really, really important that we are considered with how we approach this, that we do have a really comprehensive plan to advocate at those state and federal government levels, that we do prioritise the things that we want to advocate and fight for from a council level, because we know that we won't get everything. So once again, while I don't oppose this necessarily in principle, it's more of a process question. I don't want us to take a piecemeal preemptive approach. I want us to wait for the detailed report, the comprehensive report that is prepared out of that summit, and then continue working with stakeholders and with staff to prepare a strategy to advocate and implement the key recommendations from that. So I'll leave it there.
Thanks very much, Councillor Smith. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak against the motion? If not, I'll go to Councillor Atkins for a right of reply.
Just briefly to say that I think it's disappointing that on a point of process we're going to see this voted down when there are so many artists in this area that support it.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? That has been defeated, 8 votes to 7.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
procedural motion. I believe we are about to run out of time. It is 8 minutes to 11. We'll run out of time at 11. Although I have every confidence we can get through the rest of this quickly. Can I ask that we extend to 10 past 11 to make sure that we do?
Councillor Scott is proposing an extension of time for the meeting, seconded by Councillor Stevens. Is there anyone who's against it? I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Next item, senior staff changes. Councillor Stamos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a very simple motion. I should have had the word confidential briefing of councillors. So if anyone wants me to include that, I'm happy to include that as well. I think it's very important that councillors know why there is such a high turnover occurring at that senior manager level. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Atkins. Do you wish to speak to it?
Just very briefly, I'd just like to note that this is not about criticising staff or suggesting that there should not be movement and renewal within council. However, in the last 12 months, there's been a high turnover of senior staff, posing a significant risk to the organisation. A report including data from exit interviews would enable us to develop strategies to retain knowledge and talent and to reduce these high staff turnover rates. It's important that Council understands whether the amalgamation continues to have an impact or whether other issues are driving high attrition rates, such as culture, under-resourcing and high workload or other factors. It's important too in the context of understanding and managing the risks related to demerger. There are always risks in any major organisational change, such as demerger, and we need to understand any underlying factors.
Thank you for that. Councillor Stevens.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to speak against the motion, if I may. I have absolutely no objection to the General Manager being asked to provide the briefing requested. In fact, I think it would be very good to know how a range of factors, including the demerger business case process, is affecting the retention of Council's excellent senior staff and the recruitment of new officers to the organisation. However, in terms of good meeting practice, a notice of motion is not the most appropriate mechanism for making this type of request, especially given the meeting's full agenda and the late hour that we now find ourselves in. It would be preferable, in my view, for the General Manager to be asked directly by Councillor Stamoulis, or indeed any other councillor for that matter, to provide a briefing at a regular councillor workshop, and I have every confidence that the General Manager would accede to that request.
Thank you for that. Is there any amendment to the motion? If not, I'll go to Councillor Stamoulis for a right of reply.
No, thanks, Mr. Mayor, that's fine.
I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that defeated 8-7. That concludes all of the motions, which leaves us just with the one item which is in Committee of the Whole. Can I get a motion to go into closed session? Moved by Councillor Griffiths, seconded by Councillor Scott. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Could I ask the council officers to let us know once the broadcast has been discontinued, please? Okay, the broadcast has recommenced. I'll declare the meeting closed. Have a good night, everybody.
And